Hello? 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 You just got off work? Congratulations. Oh, why is there green behind me? Boom. The green is now gone. Hello. Good working. I might just get off work for good and quit my job. Don't quit. Just try a little bit less hard every day until they fire you. I'm kidding. Yep. Is it green because I'm an alien? Yes, I'm an alien. You won't quit, you'll stay strong for me. Think about the children, man. You might quit your job to focus on solo queue. All right, good. Let's all quit our jobs and only solo queue. Maybe solo queue will be better if we all play. Is that a good idea? How do I get paid to be a full-time subscriber to Inder University? You can get paid in negative dollars. Think about that for a second. The sound bugged. I feel like I'm hearing it twice. That's just me. Okay, I fixed it. It was just me. Link to sign up. Just go to www.google.com and just sign up for an account there. Are X's banned next season? I don't know. They might be. Can I use negative dollars in exchange for goods and services? You can be provided negative dollars in exchange for goods and services, yes. For example, I can give you negative $5 for you to become a Twitch sub. So you're doing the tier list first. I'm gonna play one game of Unite, and then we'll do the tier list just to warm up, you know? Just to kind of get in the zone. Get like in the mind zone, you know? Mentally. Just to mentally get in the zone, you know? Is the square root of 874,234 Ds? It's 8 something. Before you judge the meta, you have to be in the meta. Exactly, you know? I need to put myself inside. Yeah, no one respects the purple outfit, Delphox. This one right here. That's what I'm gonna be. Look at how angry Delphox is there. Dollar is already debt. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You guys know before we had dollars, people used to trade each other in water. Like you used to give people water to trade for goods and services. That's why it's called, you know, when you sell stuff, you have liquid money, you know, or trickle down economics. Because money used to be water back in the day. You know, multiple different streams of income. Because the water is a stream. You know, money is flowing like a river. The Federal Reserve, like a reservoir of water. So yeah, back in the day, you used to just trade people water because it was so rare. Cash flow. Mm-hmm. Think about it. Think about it. Am I blowing your guys' mind yet or what? Why do you think they say they're going to liquidate? What does it mean to liquidate? Will I take a goat in exchange for a university degree? Yeah. Goat milk is very valuable. Another form of liquid that was traded back in the day. Liquidate. Yeah. Okay. Let's go score. I'll get the XP anyway, man. Who cares? How did they hold the water? In their hands. They just cupped it in their hands. Got any tips for a defender and 4 attackers as teammates? Pick a 5th attacker. Shout out to the guy who invented the bowl. Yeah, think about the bowl. Right now I'm about to blow your minds. Then they made the Super Bowl. Isn't that not crazy? we... Should have killed him. Please no below my mind, that's what? Redacted. Oh. Yeah, I'm known for blowing mines. What are we reading? The newspaper usually is what I read every morning. You guys ever read the paper? Yo, full tackle and disable eye? How cringe. Didn't they cut it on the cringiness a little bit? Like, too cringe, right? Charge. Colors. How's the Eld still on 9? I'm down to push paw instead. Oh, and he wasted his unite. Oh, what the heck? Why are they all running around the map when they had a top thing pushing? Well. What's up, everyone? I'm so confused. You see more wasted Eldalts than any other Pokemon? Do you think maybe you're not paying that much attention? Think about that. The Eldalts are just really obvious to you. I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm saying, do you think that's possible? Enough time to farm melt back. Okay. The whole team. Enemy team just tried to push with 230 for fun. I'm gonna take the blue if we're not gonna flip it. Alright, 3 dead. An Elder Knight. I just healed. Be on scaling, it's fine. Sell the ghost here. It's down to finish it, but fine. Let it heal. Not letting it heal. For huge lead, we just need to let it reset. That's fine, even if you get psyched out. Inder and Desi also up there for wasted unites. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I think they're just a lot easier to notice, right? Break cancel the gremlin ult. Yeah, I mean, if you take any damage when you're getting sent back with Sableye, or in general, if you try to send yourself back with anything, you'll you take damage, it gets interrupted. Having a lot of fun playing Delphox. I think it's a good. I think it's a good mon. Why do people pick Fire Blast with Delphox? The AoE is bigger and it can do more damage, more burst. That's why people pick it usually. All right, guys, let's do the tier list. That's what we're all here for, right? Da 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 da. Is that not what we're all here for? Oh my god, I organized this thing and they got unorganized. Give me a second. You're here for the vibes? Wrong answer. You're here for the tier list. Give me 1 second, I gotta organize it. I had it organized per role, and then I clicked a button and it went away. That's messed up, no? Let me reorganize it. Here, I'll show you guys what I mean. Oh, there we go. Let me move these guys per roll again. Okay, so we have all-rounders, and we'll put speedsters. And I'll just do attackers, because there's so many of them. Missed a couple all-rounders. We'll do supporters and then defenders. Okay, there we go. Now it's color. Now it's sorted by the colors. Okay, and that's I'll be the EX S A B C D. I think we need one of these. S plus. All right, guys, let's get started with our tier list. This is the tier list for the patch known as the Tyranitar patch. I'm not going to even talk much about T-Tar other than that it's an S plus character. They buffed way too many of its moves. They buffed Sand Tomb and Stone Edge to a point where Stone Edge is now a really, really strong farming tool. It's a lot of burst damage in team fights, and Sand Tomb's stun got longer, slow duration or slow percentage got stronger as well. And all of that just makes it easier to get to level 9. And when it is level 9, it's just that much more stronger. And on top of that, a lot of common things that would be very annoying for Tyranitar got nerfed. The biggest thing being Blastoise. The Blastoise in the last patch got a pretty big nerf. It's still a decently strong Pokemon. We'll talk about it when we get to the defenders part of the tier list. But Blastoise being nerfed means that it's easier for T-Tar to exist because it's not going to get knocked around in the fights. And if Blastoise is not a major threat, it means that Tree is more likely to get banned or picked. And if you're the team that has the Tree, which is another big counter to T-Tar sometimes, or if it's banned away, even better for the Tyranitar. But even into Tree and Blastoise, T-Tar can pick things like Full Heal, and the matchup is still manageable. But cool, yeah. So T-Tar is all the way up in S+, and that's it. You know, I think a lot of people say it's overrated. It might not be as good. It's broken. We haven't had an official tournament with it yet, but soon there's going to be some Japanese tournaments this weekend on June 1st. The week after is going to be NAIC, and after that will be Worlds. Unless T-Tar gets nerfed, I think it'll be present in every one of the tournaments, whether it's because it's being banned or because it's being picked away. So I do think it is extremely, extremely broken. And solo queue, trio queue, duo queue, 5-stack, competitive, it's good no matter where you are. All right, so let's move on to some more all-rounders here. Garchomp, this is a Pokemon, it always feels like it's going to be good when you see it. And in theory, it should be better now that Blastoise got nerfed, because Blastoise is a very annoying Pokemon for this to deal with. Buzzwole historically has been kind of annoying, and that's kind of gone off the meta. But I just feel like Garchomp, it just never delivers, you know? Like, it's a fine Pokemon, but he just never feels like he delivers what you expect him to deliver. And I don't know. I think it's just an awkward Pokemon. Maybe the meta isn't right. Maybe I'm wrong about it, but I don't know. I've just never seen Garchomp really, really go that hard. Now, sometimes it does all right, but in general, it's kind of underwhelming. A lot of these all-rounders kind of feel similar in some ways and very different in their own ways. Buzzwole, this used to be the best Pokemon pretty much of its time a couple months ago, but it got a lot of nerfs to its superpower and smackdown combos, which makes it now unable to infinitely CC chain you. And that was pretty much the main appeal, making this Pokemon really strong. Still though, Buzzwole's early game is still strong. If you pair it with a range support, it can definitely snowball. So I do think it's not that bad of a Pokemon. I want to say it's somewhere between A and B. My instincts tell me to put it in B, but maybe, well, we might come back to this and move it to A. We'll see. Charizard, I'm gonna save him for a little bit later to talk about. Let's talk about Metagross. This is an easy Pokemon to talk about. It got buffed. You know, alongside the same patch, T-Char got buffed, Metagross got some buffs. I didn't think we would see Metagross buffs, to be honest. I thought it was in a fine spot. But considering Gyro Ball got some even more buffs now, I definitely think we should be seeing this Pokemon more. It feels like it's underrated. Obviously, there's still a lot of issues. You know, you have awkward scaling, kind of like T-Char, where you really do want level 9 before you can really pop off. Your mid game is better, obviously, with Gyro Ball. But sometimes there's just too much CC for Metagross to do anything, which is ironic, considering Metagross's passive is supposed to protect you a little bit more from CC. It is a little bit stacking reliant. I feel like without stacking, Metagross feels really underwhelming. And Meteor Mash, Zen Headbutt's a fun build that can kind of counter squishies like Speedsters and whatnot. But a lot of Speedsters tend to have annoying CC as well. Whether it's, you know, Zoroark with its knockups on Shadow Claw resets, Drill Peck on Dodrio, double team stuns even. And I don't know, it's just so annoying to get stunned as Metagross. You never feel like you really get that fantasy. And the ult is so inconsistent. So that's why I don't think it can be an S tier mon. But a lot of its strengths, you know, it's when it does come online, it can feel very unkillable. It can do a lot of damage. It has a lot of staying power in team fights. The ult, when it is good, is really good. When it's not good, isn't good. So I don't think it can be higher than A, but it is a solid A tier mon. Lucario feels like the most average all-rounder there is. Like, I feel like for almost 2 years now, ever since Lucario got nerfed from when it used to be OP back in like season 1, it's just been like an all-rounder of all-rounders. Like, it's very consistent. I don't think this Pokemon will ever be bad. And unless it gets buffed, I don't think it'll ever be good. So it's fine in B tier. It's a very, very normal pick. Phalanx, this is a very hard Pokemon to rate. Because Phalanx in the right draft is S+, and in the wrong draft can feel like D. Just because it's so polarizing with how it works. Those of you guys that don't know, Phalanx is the most newest released Pokemon at the time I'm making this tier list. Each one of the little guys, while it is attached to Phalanx, they're kind of treated like wild Pokemon in the sense that a Mew boosted auto will penetrate it. Inteleon Snipe Shot will penetrate it. Anything that interacts the way it would with wild Pokemon interacts with how Phalanx's little guys are. But that also means for Pokemon like Venusaur, they get insane amount of healing off Giga Drain. Blaziken's passive can proc a lot of heals. Lucario's E-Speed can reset multiple times. So there is a considerable amount of counters to Phalanx. A9 being one of the strongest ones because the free stacks that A9 can apply universally to each individual ones. But anytime the full Snowflake procs, the main guy gets stunned, which is unordinary compared to other Pokemon in the game. When they stun the little guys, the main guy doesn't get stunned. So I do think this Pokemon's very strong, but because of the counters that it has, you have to keep it like, and you can't be in the S+ tier. Maybe in competitive, right? You can have like the ways that you approach draft can make it so that you can always avoid you having a super hard counter to you, or you can deal with the counters in another way in draft. And for that reason, you could bump it up to S tier. But I think from like a holistic point of view, just looking top down to the game, the amount of times Phalanx can just get hard countered by a Venusaur and you lose your team the game by existing is rough. Gyarados. Now, last patch, before we got the patch, this Pokemon was like, it was rising in prominence, but also I think people were starting to overrate it just a little bit, right? Like Gyarados has that Tyranitar fantasy where, you know, you start really weak, you're Magikarp, you're the ugly duckling, and then you evolve into something beautifully strong, and it feels really powerful. But the early game is like a setback, and it's a trade-off that you have to make. And there's ways to get around it. You know, you have your jungler help, you have a supporter that can help in lane, but it doesn't take away from the fact that you have to spend a good majority, a good portion of the game being as weak as you are. And then on top of that, the last patch, we saw Gyarados' Unite move get nerfed from an 89-second cooldown Unite, which is one of the lowest in the game, to 112, which is on the higher side now. And with the Unite move going up, I feel like a big reason why Gyarados was exciting was that you'd get it to Unite move and you could spam it. You could use it in like small skirmishes around farm. You're contesting Altaria. Ooh, you ult them. Maybe you pick up a KO, or you at least zone the enemy away, and you can get you can farm their Altaria. So I do think it's a better all-rounder than Metagross, but I think after the nerfs, I wouldn't put it any higher than A tier. Mimikyu, this is an all-rounder that I see maybe in some international formats, in international tournaments. It's a Pokemon that's banned very consistently. Some teams might prioritize this really highly at NAIC as well. But I think Mimikyu has a lot of shortcomings. The main one that I've always said since the Pokemon came out is that in the late game, if you can't land a Shadow Sneak onto a backline target and be able to get off, you know, get away from them safely, you're really not providing that much value compared to what another all-rounder could do, right? Like if you're just going to be Shadow Clawing the front line in the late game, you're going to get CC'd and just die, right? Like the way Mimikyu is good is if you can counter stuff with your Unite move. You know, you have the like pseudo Slowbro Unite where you can point and click a really fast guy and lock them down. If you can lock down someone to set up another target for your team, if you're going for a siege and you lock down the most important target on their team, and then your team can push the rest of the pad, you know, if you can find creative ways to use Mimikyu, sure, but in the end, you're still going to be reliant on Shadow Sneak, and I think being reliant on Shadow Sneak and resets is just not good enough. That, and on top of that, Mimikyu's level 1 through 5 is very weak. And then even 5 through 7 can be very awkward, right? Like if you start in the central area, maybe you can have a moment where you pop off with Shadow Claw, but if that first gank doesn't go well, you're pretty much just going to be playing from behind the whole game, which feels really, really awkward for Mimikyu. I don't like it at all. Blaziken, I'm a really, really big fan of Blaziken. And honestly, I would put it S tier. But if you look at the all-rounders right now, they're all A and B. All the ones that we've rated so far, at least, right? So because you don't really want to have multiple all-rounders on the same team, right? If you have multiple of these types of Pokemon on the same team, you're going to run into spacing issues where AoE Pokemon can really, really become a nuisance for your team. So you're going to have one, maybe two sometimes of these type of Pokemon on your team. And if there's already so many solid ones, like, you know, I don't see a big enough advantage over being a Blaziken than using my draft priority to pick something else up and then maybe end up with like a Lucario, maybe a Metagross, maybe a Gyarados, right? There's so many different things that could fit different teams, and I'm fine with Blaziken just being at the top of A tier. But if we're talking about good all-rounders, then we also have our fair share of bad ones, and Serena's awful, right? I stand by this, right? I need to see someone actually prove me wrong, but every single time I see Serena in tournament play or in ladder play, it looks like the most useless Pokemon. Like the entire game is trying to set up to make Serena become successful, and it just seems like a worse version of Mimikyu in so many ways, and Mimikyu's already not that good, right? Like you have a point and click Unite that does a decent amount of damage. Okay, it can get stopped by full heal. Mimikyu's can't. Okay, you need levels to be able to evolve, to be able to be successful. You need level 6. Okay, Mimikyu doesn't need to evolve. At level 5, you have your entire moveset. Serena doesn't even get access to the most broken part of its kit, which is its passive, until level 6. And level 6 is a very important number in Pokemon Unite. If it was level 5, it'd be different. You could do one rotation of the jungle, and then you would be Serena, you'd be online if it was level 5, and you could contest the side lane Altaria, and snowball off of that, and you would be able to play the game. But for Serena, that one extra level makes so much of a difference, right? And it feels like that carp, that T-tar kind of fantasy, where you have to like be weak and then, you know, hop out of your metapod to become strong. But it's just too awkward for Serena. You don't get enough at level 6 compared to what Gyarados gets the moment it evolves, or Tyranitar gets at level 9, or Metagross gets just in general as stats-wise, for I feel like Serena to ever be justified. I don't think this Pokemon should see the light of day in any games at all. And if it does, I think it's because the people that are playing it can't play other things, is my genuine opinion. And if I'm wrong, I'm happy to see myself be wrong. Next up, we'll talk about Scissor. So not Scissor, I mean, not Scyther, but specifically Scissor. We'll talk about Scyther on its own elsewhere. I don't think Scissor is a bad Pokemon per se, but like what I said about Blaziken, you can only really have one, maybe two of these type of Pokemon on your team. And if you're going to commit to having Scissor, it means that you're committing to an all-rounder that doesn't have a reliable way to last hit anything in lane and any type of objective, right? We go down the list of all-rounders. T-tar, you know, can burn objectives really fast. Stone Edge, not the best last hit, but it is something, right? But it has lots of other upsides. Overheat on Blaziken, either Mega Horn, No Retreat, or Iron Head Beat Up, both fine last hits for Phalanx. Gyarados, Dragon Breath is an okay last hit, better than anything Scissor has, but it has a lot of other strengths it can make up for. Gyro Ball or Meteor Mash auto are decent last hits. Iron Head autos are fine. Gyro Ball definitely in lane. Meteor Mash in lane can at least secure farm. Power Up Punch and Lucario's Unite move. Superpower on Buzzwole or its Unite to finish off enemy Pokemon. So not a last hit, but an execute at least. Mimikyu, another Pokemon that struggles with last hitting. Objective Shadow Claw is okay, right? Anything that's marked with Sneak plus Shadow Claw is okay. It can definitely burn down farm in lane, but it's lower rated for a similar reason. Same thing with Garchomp, doesn't have a good last hit, which is why it's a little bit lower. Serena, Stomp is okay for the lane, not really that good for objectives. Then we have Wicked Blow, Hyper Beam, nothing here. Unite move on AG, nothing much for Azu, maybe final hit of Aqua Tail, some EX Pokemon, and then Zard, who obviously is not going to be rated that highly. So anyways, what I'm trying to get at is a lot of all-rounders rely on their last hitting tools to be successful, whether it's in lane to contest other all-rounders or on objectives. And Scissor doesn't really have much of that. You know, it can fight you forever, right? If it's a good draft for Scissor where there's not a lot of CC and not a lot of special attack damage, sure, the Scissor can stay alive forever. But not having a way to last at objectives on this type of Pokemon it's often the reason why Scissor finds little success in all formats of play. But it can be really strong in the first 8 minutes, right? It can stay alive on your pad forever. I do think it's better than a lot of people give it credit for. Like, a lot of people would say this Mon's a D tier Mon. I think C is a respectable tier for Scissor. C for Scissor. All right, now we have the two Urshifus. Rapid Strike Urshifu, which I think is this one. S plus tier if it's VGC, for sure. I've been playing a little bit of VGC. This Mon cooks in that game, but it's awful in Unite. It's just been over nerfed. It doesn't do enough damage. Its Unite move was always one of the worst, and now that it doesn't do enough damage, it's level 1 through 5 is bad. 5 plus, it doesn't chase you down and KO you anymore. Honestly, it's just a worse version of Blaziken, is what really it just is. Blaziken is like both Urshifus combined, but it, you know, the cost of combining is losing its Unite move. Water Bear doesn't really have a real Unite move, and Dark Bear does have a decent Unite move and a good last hit, which I mentioned is important, which is why I think it's it's like a middle of the road B tier kind of Pokemon. I think it's definitely around somewhere around here. Who's my Widow Not Cup? Nope.
I just found out that I get a free Prime sub once a month just by having an Amazon account. I just linked my Twitch and boom, free Prime sub. I chose to use it to come back to the Inderverse.
Scripted, thank you for the tier 3 sub, and thank you for reminding everyone about their Prime subs. This video is actually sponsored, but you know, it's also sponsored by Prime. Kappa. It's not. It's sponsored by someone else, which you guys will see. Okay, cool. So moving on, Dragonite with its Hyper Beam build. It's definitely a strong all-rounder. Outrage is a lot more situational. Trying to see where I would put it. Probably in the middle of B tier still. I do think in the West, I'll put it the highest of B tier. The problem is I'm biased because I'm from North America, and you know I like North America and Europe. But the real problem in NA and EU is that the Dragonite players just suck. Right? Like this mon is obviously good. It gets played a lot in the Japanese meta. It looks good when it gets played in Japan. Right? It looked so good at EUIC that when some of the Western teams felt the need to ban it because they couldn't figure out how to beat it. Right? And for me to put it in the B tier almost feels disrespectful. So I'm going to put it in the A tier. But I will say this Pokemon will have the lowest usage in NA tournaments out of all the other A tier all-rounders, or maybe all the other A tier Pokemon in general. Just because I think people in competitive aren't practiced enough on it. But it's a strong Pokemon. Right? The only downside to Dragonite, I would say, is Dragonite's best duo partner in competitive and even in ranked games has been Mew. Just because Dragonite plus Mew coaching is such a strong combo in the mid game, able to run you down with the stuns on Dragonite's auto attacks. And then, you know, Mew loves having a partner that can burn objectives for it. And Mew's one of the best partner Pokemon in the game to assist you on last hitting, right? Because they can boost your damage output. And then its last hit can, you know, and set up another person's last hit or be the one that actually gets the last hit. And Mew is a Pokemon that recently got nerfed. But I think I'm happy putting it in low A. All right. Machamp, I think this is one of the worst Pokemon in the game. We saw it get picked in competitive in February in NA. But I think in February the teams were a lot worse. People were still coming back from a long off-season break, so people weren't playing as tight. But when games get really competitive, and we saw this in Season 1 Worlds even, where everyone kept saying, oh, Machamp is so secret OP, right? Machamp, oh my god, they got Machamp. You go back to the VODs right now, you cannot find me one single game on stream where Machamp looked like it was good in Season 1 Worlds, right? And people are much better now than they were back then, and this Pokemon hasn't really gotten buffed since then either, in any meaningful way. So I think this is one of my least favorite Pokemon in the game that people rate remotely high. Yeah, I don't know. It used to be that Karate Chop was like a decent last hitting tool in lane, right? So you could contest lane farm. But after so many all-rounders have come out and so many different strategies have been developed, that it doesn't really feel that way for Machamp anymore. This Pokemon just needs buffs. It needs love. They got to come back to this. Okay, Aegislash. I think this is a unique Pokemon in that it can definitely feel like it's good in some games, but oftentimes there's going to be a Pokemon that might feel a little bit better than it. I do think that it's a solid Pokemon at countering Speedsters and other like squishy melee Pokemon that might be really mobile, because Wide Guard can be really, really annoying for them to deal with in general, and the shield form in general can be hard to deal with. You have a really strong last hitting tool in your Unite. I don't think it's a great all-rounder, but I think it has potential, and I think we might see some of it get played in tournaments. And on ladder play as well. It can definitely, it can work, but I don't know how many times I would be happy with Aegislash when I could just be any one of these other all-rounders above it. Azu, I think, is a fine C tier Pokemon. I don't think it's as bad as these Pokemon below it, because at the very least, it's strong in the early game and it can snowball. It's just the late game is a little bit awkward. The Unite move doesn't feel like it's quite strong enough, which is a trade-off because you do get at level 8 and it is a low cooldown Unite. so you won't imagine it for it to be that strong. And the counterplay to Azu, when people can bunch up a little bit, especially in the early game, to take less damage, really does end up making a pretty big difference for this Pokemon. And a big thing is it doesn't have a reliable last hit, right? So if it doesn't excel in some part of its kit, it needs to at least provide you with a last hit, right? Because that's what a lot of other all-rounders can do really well. And it doesn't have that overheat, that power-up punch, that wicked blow, that hyper beam. Nothing exciting like that. And similar case for Zard. I think Zard arguably could be up there just because its Unite move at least is powerful. But it's still a little bit awkward. You can't really send it down the lane. So you need to jungle with it. It's reliant on its first jungle gank going relatively well. But its first jungle gank isn't that much more special than other Pokemon. The best thing it has going for it is that range red buff autos. So in that kind of perspective, it just feels like a worse Dragonite. But it has a better Unite move than Dragonite. So there's some trade-offs. But generally, I think I'd rather just be D-Knight in a lot of games where I imagine Charizard existing. The one thing I do like about Zard is into evolutions especially, it's really good at just, if it can resolve its Unite move against them, it just slays the EVs. But it's slow to get online. You need level 9 for your Unite move. When you fall behind, the Unite move feels so bad. There's counterplay to its Unite move. If you get unstoppable, the whole game can end in there. So that does make it a little scarier. These two are EX Pokemon. EX Pokemon aren't allowed in ranked and tournament play, in ranked above Masters. So I don't feel very inclined to talk about them. Cool. That concludes the all-rounders, and the way we're going to be doing it, guys, is we're just going to be going down the list of different roles. That way, if you ever want to revert back to it, it's easy and organized. And also, this way, we can talk about Pokemon relative to other Pokemon in their tiers. Right now, it's all purple. We're going to add some blue to it. And I have Scyther positioned here intentionally, because Scyther isn't technically its own individual Pokemon. It's a branch evolution from Scizor. But Scyther is built like a Speedster. For those of you guys that don't know, most Pokemon in the game within their roles have a shared kind of stat distribution, where all-rounders, for example, on their Unite moves, they get some cooldown reduction and a shield, whereas Speedsters will get a smaller shield, but they'll get a big amount of movement speed. Not all-rounders operate in the same exact way. Not all Speedsters operate in the same exact way, but base stat wise, Speedsters tend to get cooldown reduction, all-rounders don't. All-rounders and Speedsters get crit, things like that. Lifesteal, which attackers might not get. Some of them might get spell vamp, some of them will get cooldown reduction. Supporters will have other distinct attributes about them. So Scyther fits in a lot with the other Speedsters, and I do think Scyther actually is a really strong Pokemon right now. Probably in ranked, it gets overlooked a little bit, mostly because anyone that picks Scyther ends up just going Scizor anyways. But Scyther as a Speedster definitely has that one-shot capability that you want from a Speedster. It's a reset Speedster, so if you pick up a Squishy, you can, pick up another couple of them right after by resetting onto them. Its early game is fine. It, scales well as a strong Unite move. A lot of good things about it. The only downside to it, I would say, is that some of the other Speedsters just sometimes feel more broken than this one. And you don't want to play more than 2 Speedsters at a time either. So I think you might just end up with better Speedsters available to pick. But Scyther's fine. I think it's a good Pokemon. Speaking of EVs, which are Pokemon that like to be slayed, that we like to slay, and Speedster's better than Scyther, I think Leafeon is probably our first S tier Pokemon. The reason that I don't put it S plus tier is because it definitely has a slightly awkward late game, in that if you haven't succeeded in getting ahead as Leafeon, and you're on pace, like you're a level 13 Leafeon, everyone else is level 13 as well, you're not that special as a character. You can get blown up, you're squishy, your Unite move, you have to try to get onto the back line to really get value out of it. So it's not that impressive, but its real strength is at level 4. It's really, really strong. You can use that level 4 to accelerate your lead even further ahead. Whether you go Solar Blade and you can secure all the farm on the map, or you go Razor Leaf and you just become an assassin. I think Leafeon is a very, 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 very strong Pokemon. In competitive, you know, you could consider it even S+, because you can really juice out that early game without making a lot of mistakes to stay ahead. But overall, I think it's a fine S Pokemon. Zeraora, and we're going to have a couple of the mediocre Pokemon here. I think Zera is to Charizard of all-rounders in that it's fine. You know, it has some strengths. It can do some things. It's not that great of a Pokemon, but it's not that bad either. Whereas Gengar is to that of what Serena is to all-rounders, right? Where all the other speedsters feel better than it. It takes too long to come online. And even when it does come online, unless you've snowballed like crazy, the Pokemon's not doing much. And then to top it off, kind of like Water Bear, its Unite move tends to feel very, very, very useless. The one benefit to its Unite move is that maybe you can position it to hunt down some ranged squishy Pokemon that might not have a good escape tool. But even then, you know, if people are paying attention, it's hard to get value with it. And it can just be matched by a mobility move or like a stun, and trading that for Unite moves never that good. Meowscarada, this is a speedster that I personally think is underrated quite a bit. Probably move it like a little bit higher than Metagross. Night Slash Trailblaze is obviously a really, really fun auto attack oriented build, but when I'm thinking of Meowscarada's strengths, I think of it as like Flower Trick Double Team, right? Not even the resets necessarily from Flower Trick, but mostly just how agile you are in team fights, how much vision you can get with Double Team, how many things you can get baited onto it, how powerful your passive Unite move combination is, how difficult you are to take down. Early game is solid, gives you a last hitting tool, which a lot of speedsters might not really have. Great. You know, Leafeon is one exception, but Flower Trick is a very, very good last hitting tool. You can partner up with other Pokemon on your team. And this is one of those Pokemon that's funny because in ranked, I think a lot of you might say, oh yeah, what do you mean it's underrated? I ban this Pokemon all the time. Or it's one of the most banned Pokemon in my games. Like, obviously we know that it's good, right? And I don't think it's at that tier where you would want to ban it. But I also don't think it's at the tier where it should go unpicked in tournaments, right? Or we see it picked like once and a team loses and then they never pick it again. So I think it's a solid speedster. Just in an awkward spot. And the truth is, I think people just aren't practiced enough on it. I think if competitive players took the time and got really good at this Pokemon, we would see it get played more. Yeah, that's my take on Meowscarada. Talonflame, definitely middle of the road kind of speedster. I don't think it's really better than Scyther, but I think it's like very like it kind of feels like Lucario, like the Lucario of speedsters. In that Lucario feels very average, Talonflame feels very average. Like Fly Flame Charge is relatively safe. It doesn't ever feel too bad. It's a pretty good last hit. You know, it's a very safe kind of last hit. You can definitely snowball and pop off. Its Unite move is nothing crazy, but it is strong. But there's just other Pokemon that I would generally rather be in the speedster role. And there's other Pokemon that I wouldn't rather be. So it feels very, very reliable to put it in the middle. I'm very happy with that. Dodrio. I think this is high B. I do want to say it's better than Scyther. I personally think it's worse than Meowscarada. But Dodrio's been out longer and people have had more chance to master Dodrio. I like this Pokemon a lot. I think if some of its counters aren't in the game, it can really pop off. Umbreon and Slowbro being the really, really annoying ones for this. I can catch it out. Even Mimikyu can be kind of annoying. Anything with that single target kind of lockdown that you can't full heal out of. But I think this is another speedster that gets overlooked a little bit, which is funny because it's been out for so long and it's been strong for so long. I think people just kind of put it away after the nerfs, but when this Pokemon is strong, right, it feels very oppressive, right? If you've ever played on the ladder and there's a tri-attack jump kick dojo on the other team that's like 2 or 3 levels above your whole team, it feels like you're gonna one-shot anyone in the game and it can never die, right? And if it feels like if you don't have a slow bro, the Pokemon's never going down. Its Unite move in the late game makes it really, really strong. It's funny to talk about being a good backcapper, but having the ability to backcap a small amount of points, especially when it's a close battle, can make you come out ahead and win the game. And Dojo is the only Pokemon in the game that has the ability to do that, right? So having like a built-in like goal getter almost, basically to go and get goals, it's really relevant, especially in competitive. Absol, I think this Pokemon's also in C tier, maybe better than Zeraora. Maybe like something like this is what I would say. There was that one team in EU that had that Absol one trick. We never got to see it in regionals because the teams just banned it away from him. Does that mean that in his hands, Absol's S+ tier? I don't think so. Like, if I'm being honest, I think when this Pokemon gets target banned away from people, it's because the other options the Absol players have aren't strong enough, right? If the strong Absol players were as good as at Absol as they were on, on like Dodrio and Meowscarada, then teams wouldn't ban Absol into them, right? It's not that they're banning Absol because this guy is an Absol savant. They're banning Absol because the guy's alternatives on non-Absol things are not good. And that's just, I'm not talking about the one specific player in EU. There's NA Absol one tricks that this happens to. It happens in a lot of different regions. And then same thing in solo queue. It doesn't, like, obviously it can snowball. Any speedster can snowball, but it's reliable. It's noticeably weaker than a lot of the other ones. And its Unite move is pretty mid. Zoroark, I think this is like a almost giga broken Pokemon. I honestly want to just say it's S tier, but because how hard it is to play, it's only really S tier for like maybe 5 people in the world, Like there's only a handful of people in the world that can really, really take this Pokemon and push it to its limits. For everyone else, I still think it's an A tier Pokemon, right? Like, I'm not saying that, the good players on Zoroark are S tier and the bad Zoroark players are D tier. I think, if you're proficient, if you're decent at Zoro, right? If you can land your combos well, if you can understand when you need to get out, if you can illusion, use your illusion reliably instead of like using it to iframe things, definitely showcase it as an A close to S tier Pokemon. But in the hands of some play people, it could definitely be higher. So if this was a pure competitive tier list, right? If I was just doing this purely on tournament play for a specific region, I could definitely see it being S tier, but generically it's A tier. Okay, that rounds out the speedsters. If I'm looking back on the list, it seems fine to me so far. Let's just bask in it for a second while I drink some water. It looks good though. You know what I noticed? We don't have a Speedster EX Pokemon. You guys ever think about that? Imagine when we get a Speedster EX. It is gonna be so scary. I'm very scared. I'm very scared. Okay, let's do attackers. There's a lot of attackers in the game. I'm gonna dump the EX ones in the EX tier. I don't really care to talk about them too much. But yeah, what do you guys think would be the Speedster EX? It would have to be like a legendary kind of Pokemon. I don't know. If you guys think of some good ideas, let me know. Or don't, actually. Maybe don't even. Maybe don't even. Okay, so Inteleon. This Pokemon, used to definitely be the best attacker in the game, but I think people got a little bit better at playing into it, right? Learning how to pressure it, snipe shots. The meta kind of changed around it, and most importantly, it got, you know, some damage nerfs. I do think it's a strong Pokemon, right? But if I look at all the Pokemon that are rated high right now, a lot of these Pokemon make it very scary for Inteleon to exist, right? Right? A lot of these Pokemon have very good access to the backline. Inteleon can kite away with Fellstinger, but it doesn't have any amount of control or stuns, which a lot of other attackers do, to really stop the other guys from doing what they want to do, right? The way Inteleon stops threats is through damage, right? And if you are at all behind on this Pokemon and you don't do enough damage to threaten the other Pokemon, you're just food. So I do think it's a solid Pokemon. Maybe high B. I think it's either high B or A or low A. I'll leave it low A for now. You know, in lane, it still has one of the best last hitting tools in the game. Snipe shot still chunks off a good portion of any Squishy's health bar. It has really good matchup into a lot of other attackers, which you're going to want to have on your team anyways. But I do think the meta might be shifting to a point where Inteleon might drop a tier. We'll see how right I am as the meta continues more, but I'll leave it at low A for now. Chandelure, this is a really, really annoying Pokemon to have to deal with. The one downside Chandelure has, right, and the one reason why Inteleon I feel like will never be that bad of a Pokemon is that your early game is just so bad, right? Like, just having to suffer level 1 through 5 in the early game in the lane can be really rough. If you don't have a good tank to help support and get you those last hits and you fall behind, even when you do finally evolve, it's really not good enough. But it has a lot of good control. Imprison can stop speedsters and all-rounders. There's a lot of burst damage over time. It synergizes really well with anti-healing items. So I do think it's a fine B tier Pokemon. Put it like right there. Okay, let's separate out the ADCs and we'll talk about them on their own. And we'll talk about some of the control mages and mages in general first. Sort these a little bit. Okay. Cool. Seg Mew. So Mew has had an interesting history in Unite where I feel like it is like super OP. It gets nerfed, people kind of forget about it, right? And then people start practicing it more and realize, hey, wait, it's still fine, right? And then it gets nerfed and people are like, oh man, this sucks, right? And then maybe people kind of remember it's good, right? And it's like, whatever. And then it gets buffed and it's like, oh my God, it's really OP. And then it gets nerfed and people kind of forget about it. And then it's like, oh, wait, it's probably fine. So right now, I think Mew is fine. It's so hard to rate this because now that we have draft, there are so many different game states, right? Where in some situations, Mew really does feel like a C tier attacker, right? If the enemy team like doesn't have any speedsters really, there's a bunch of bulky all-rounders. They had a stronger lane than the Mew did, right? Mew can definitely get picked in spots where it feels really bad. So I'm gonna leave it in the B tier. I don't think it's as bad enough to put in the C tier. But farming on Mew is really slow. Getting level 13 is very important. And if you don't get level 13 in the late game, it's a really big deal. And it's not that easy to get there. I do think in competitive, in the games where it shines, right? In the games where Mews feel like they have pop-off games, in at least half of them, I think you could go back and see that the Mew was underleveled for a majority of the game. And then someone on the other team was overleveled, gave up a big win streak or like a shutdown KO to Mew. Mew suddenly goes from like 11 to like 12.9, it does one piece of farm, and now in the late game it's 13, and it's fine again, right? So I think if competitive players didn't feed as much, then I think Mew would suffer more than other attackers would normally. But it's still like a really strong laner in the right setup. And it's kind of like a jack of all trades where it has a lot of different options. Cool. Let's talk about Delphox and Gardevoir. I like to put these Pokemon together a lot of times because they do feel very similar, where they have some control options and some burst options. They have low, low cooldown, big AoE Unite moves, and they're generally Pokemon that can do pretty good with anti-healing. And in a way, they kind of feel similar to Chandelure as well, where, they have like a weak early game and then they need to scale. But if their early game goes fine, then they can, snowball and farm really fast. Their Unite moves can be very impactful. There obviously are key differences, like Delphox has access to Mystical Fire, Flame Charge in like more of a mobile kind of, mobile late game kind of carry. Whereas Gardevoir doesn't really get that mobility, but for that, it can give up that for more sustained damage with Psychic and Psyshock. Candle kind of in the middle of both of them when it comes to damage output, right? You have like something similar to Future Sight and Flamethrower from Candle. A lot of burst, a lot of damage over time, still good anti-healer. Unite move has different applications, but can be strong with the blind and whatnot too. I think this is the order I personally would put these three in, but I think, depending on the player, the team, the play styles, these are all interchangeable types of Pokemon. I really think that, depending on your comfort level, in any draft, you could probably exchange these three for any of these three Pokemon, and the game plan wouldn't change fundamentally that much. All right. We will address the evolutions in a second because they are very annoying. Let's talk about some of these other mages. If we're talking about Delphox, who's like a hybrid control mage or like mobile carry mage, Venusaur is its own kind of hybrid in that it gets Solar Beam or Giga Drain Petal Dance. Now, this is a personal take of mine, right? I don't think Venusaur got any... It did not get any major buffs that would propel it higher in the tier list that you would imagine it would propel it higher in the tier list. But I think the way the meta is going, I think Venusaur is going to be more and more potent and more powerful. One, I think it's a solid counter to Phalanx, right? Being able to Giga Drain off Phalanx and just full heal makes it really, really strong. And I think that kind of reminds people how good Giga Drain Petal Dance Veno has been. And, this Pokemon, it sees tournament play, right? We saw it get picked a lot, especially in EUIC. Even in the EU regionals, we saw it get picked. NA teams like to pick it a lot. And the flexibility to go from a long-range sniper to like a mid-range brawler gives, like, it covers such wide different bases that you can pick Venusaur relatively early in your draft and then decide in the item phase, like after all the picks are done, which build you're going to lean to. So I really think that this is rated higher. And then other attackers got nerfed. I feel like it's a big all-rounder kind of meta with the range getting shorter and shorter with all the all-rounders that are getting popular, more and more popular. I do think Venu is fine. I think it's a much better laner than the three control mages here, just because Venusaur's boosted auto is much, much better. It doesn't have a good last hit on its own, but it has good damage that other people can use to combo last hits with. So I'm a big fan of Venu. Maybe I'm overrating it, but it's a personal take of mine for sure. Cramorant, this Pokemon got buffed very recently. It got some buffs to Hurricane and most importantly buffs to Dive. And I think Cramorant's a phenomenal Pokemon. The one downside it has is that it can get outranged because it is like a mid-range squishy kind of Pokemon. It lives in a similar range to Venusaur, but Venusaur's tankier. what Cramran can make up for that though is it's much early game power spikes, right? Level 4 you immediately get dive. Level 6 level 6 you have dive air slash, and once you have that combination of moves ready to go, you can move around the map, you can farm really easily. Venusaur needs level 5, then level 7 really to be online. Cramran comes online earlier. It farms the lane much faster with Whirlpool, and its Unite move can be hit or miss, but I think if you position it well and you're safe with the Unite move and you're running a eject button to be able to reposition it, Cramran can do really well. So I do think Cram's one of the best attackers in the game, if not the best, in both competitive and solo queue. I think we'll see this a lot more in tournaments now that we have some buffs too. A9. I like A9 a lot, so I am going to put it in the B tier. I don't like the thing about A9, and same thing with Pikachu, is it's a mage that's better in the early game than our like trio of control mages here. But what it loses for that is its Unite move is pure damage, right? So its Unite move isn't bad, but because its Unite move is just pure damage, the problem is if you compare it to Chandelure, Delphox, or Gardevoir, they all have damage in their Unite move and control, right? So A9 is a fine Pokemon. It needs level 6 to succeed. Whether you're Blizzard A9, Blizzard Avalanche, or Avale, it's gonna need that level 6, where a lot of these Pokemon might need a little bit more than that. I just think its Unite move is a little too underwhelming to really push it that much further ahead than any of these other Pokemon. And I feel very similarly about Pikachu. Pikachu's Unite move, kind of similar. It's all damage. It's a little bit lower cooldown than A9's, but A9's is more burst damage. Pikachu's takes a little bit longer to ramp up. Pikachu's can be tanked by the tanks. It's a little RNG reliant at that as well. And yeah, I find it difficult, maybe even a little lower, maybe towards the end of B. Yeah, I find it difficult to justify picking Pikachu over any other attacker in the game, really, because I feel like I would rather give up some early game strength to have more control with these guys and a better Unite move. And if I wanted better early game, I would rather have an evolution, you know? Pikachu feels like an awkward middle child where its early game is decent, but not as good as some of the EVs. And its late game is worse than the late game mages. So, yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of you will look at Volt Tackle as a viable way to shut down speedsters. And the thing is like the higher rated games you get into and eventually tournament games, the speedsters are just going to full heal and one-shot the Pikachu that tries to Volt Tackle them, right? Volt Tackle forces you to be on top of the person you're trying to Volt Tackle. If you Volt Tackle a Zoroark and he just ults it, right, because his ult is going to give him unstoppable, and you're going to take all the waves from his ult on top of your head, you're just going to get one-shot as the Pikachu, right? Or you can full heal it. Same thing with Dojo. Dojo can just full heal it, jump kick on your head, and one-shot you. You're gonna have a tough time Volt Tackling the right one is into Meowscarada. Maybe Scyther, but even Scyther can just full heal and one-shot you, and then reset off of you and kill your teammate because it reset its move off its Unite. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like Volt Tackle Pikachu ends up being a more liability than anything else. And then if you're gonna go Thunderbolt, would I rather not just be Blizzard A9? Would I rather not just be Moonblast, or even Psychic? Would I rather not just be Fire Spin Delphox? Would I rather not just be Imprison? Right? Like I feel like there's more value in some of these other Pokemon. Cool. Okay. So we haven't put an attacker in the S tier, but Sylveon does start with the letter S. So it makes sense to put an S tier. This Pokemon you might not think is S tier if you strictly play solo queue, right? If you play solo queue and you don't play a lot of it, you might not feel that Sylveon is S tier, right? But when you get into a game where, you know, there's a duo or a trio, or you're playing 5 stacks, or you're watching tournaments, or you're playing tournaments, you'll start to see what makes Sylveon super Omega broken, And all it is, right? All that makes Sylveon super broken, right? Its kit is strong, right? But the fact that at level 4, you get to become an extremely oppressive Pokemon and just ride that power level, like that power curve, all the way to the late game is just ridiculous, right? So let's say you go Mystical Fire, you do one buff you do your Xatu, you do the red buff, you're immediately in a lane with a mobility spell, a damage nuke, something that lowers their special attack, which makes them do less damage to you on a Pokemon that's tanky, on a Pokemon that has strong basic attacks because it's the highest attack stat in the game of any other attacker in the game, who's already level 4, so it's gotten its stats power spike. It's also tankier than the other attackers, right? And it's just chasing you down with a red buff, right? So eight reasons right there. Then you hit level 6. Now you have sustain to stay on the map for longer, right? So from 2 levels, from 4 to 6, you get a heal. From 6 to 8, you get a unite move that keeps you alive, that gives you an iframe, that gives you super healing. And then you just keep scaling. You get a plus upgrade at 10, you get another upgrade at 12. Every stat in the game is relevant for Sylveon, right? Just think about it. Every Pokemon gains every stat as it levels up, but not every Pokemon uses every stat, right? Sylveon uses all the defensive stats, all the offensive stats, and it can still use the physical attack stat because it auto attacks a lot. Like, it's just crazy. And if you end up going Hyper Voice, you're just a tank shredder and an objective shredder, which is still good. But yeah, if you're not using Sylveon to take one buff and be level 4 off of just a single buff, it's definitely a weaker Pokemon, right? If that aspect of the game didn't exist, I would drop it down a tier. But both Leafeon and Sylveon being able to take one buff and immediately apply pressure on the map, right? And Espeon can do something similar. So I am gonna put it in A tier and high A tier at that as well, maybe like right here. But it just strictly does its job worse than Sylveon. It's squishier. Doesn't even necessarily do as much damage. Its Unite move is a stun, but it's kind of awkward to use. And, you know, because it's a lot squishier and a lot easier to kill, it ends up being like a liability on your team where you just take down the Espeon that's level 13 and you get a whole bunch of XP swing back your way, right? Because of how comeback XP can work. So I think it does its job worse than Sylveon, but in events where Sylveon and Leafeon maybe are banned out, I think Espeon's a fine alternative. And then Glaceon, I think a lot of people after the nerfs would rate this Pokemon lower because Icicle Spears finally feels like a relatively balanced move. But Icy Wind by no means is a weak moveset. So I will put it low A. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put it low A. It kind of gives you that feeling of having an ADC on your team, like an auto attack type of Pokemon, without actually having to play one of those. With Icy Wind, you get a decent last hit, you get good damage, burst damage. The Unite move can help you reposition in fights. It's a big AoE slow. The only downside I would say Glaceon has, though, that is really annoying, is that at level 4, it's just not as much of a threat as the other EVs are, right? You really need level 6. You need that secondary move to bring it online. Even if you're Icy Wind, you really want Freeze Dry before you become that much of a threat. But we'll see in tournament play, especially when you're on low ping. This Pokemon definitely thrives in those environments. Okay, so now moving on to the ADCs, right? ADC stands for Attack Damage Character. It's a term that comes from League of Legends, that's inspired by Dota, which are older MOBA games that kind of follow a similar format to Pokemon Unite. Basically, these types of characters, their main damage component, or a big portion of their damage, comes from their basic attacks. Desi is kind of a hybrid because it has Spirit Shackle, so it's less like that. But in general, that's what these Pokemon really are characterized as. And for a while, these Pokemon have been really weak in the meta, and it's sad to say that they still kind of are there. I'm gonna go from the worst to best, which I think probably looks something like this. Greninja and Cinder are probably interchangeable. Maybe Dragapult you could say is a little higher. Duraludon, this one's trash. It has no mobility. One of its moveset requires it to be completely still, which makes it a sitting duck. You could say that it's good at flipping objectives, but all of these Pokemon and others in the game are really good at flipping objectives. But it's one unique thing about it. It doesn't even do that good. It hogs a lot of experience for how easy it is to take down. I don't know. It's just not a good Pokemon. We need our Calodon for this thing to be good, basically. Greninja, I think it's fair to put in the C tier. We do need to put some orange, some red here in the C tier. Surf, you know, it's really hard to get surf resets in fights. If you miss a surf reset, you're a sitting duck or a sitting frog, and you're really easy to take down. Greninja can feel really, really strong, but because how squishy it is, right? Even if the enemy team uses like 2 resources to bring you down, I feel like a lot of times that just feels worth it because Greninja is such a big XP hog as well. Like it needs a lot of experience in late game to be successful, but it's so squishy and so easy to bring down, like ADCs are in general, that it just doesn't feel strong enough. Cinder, I think, is similar. The one thing I like about Cinder though is that if you do manage to get level 9 for the first objective, right, being able to consistently secure objectives with like one of the best level 9 last hitting tools in the game and its Unite move is really nice, right? And if you are ahead, because Cinder basically has 2 mobility moves in Flame Charge, Blaze Kick, it can be really, really hard to take down, and then having a Unite move that you can send away is nice, combined with the fact that you can burn objectives too. But it's hard to be level 9 for the first objective. You're still mega squishy. You're gonna need a lot of help from your team to be successful. It's just not it still isn't a good meta for these types of Pokemon. Dragapult, I think, is weaker, right, than these two, just a little bit. We saw it get buffed, and unfortunately in tournaments, it didn't really do that well. Even in high ladder, it started to peter off, and then it got nerfed after that. And I think after the nerfs, it just doesn't feel very compelling to be able to pick this Pokemon. Like, it doesn't feel like worthwhile to have a Dragapult on your team. And then Decidueye, which I definitely think is the best of the bunch here. I will say it still doesn't feel that great. Needing to get level 7 to really come online is tough. And its Unite move isn't that strong. Razor Leaf, I still think, is a complete meme of a moveset. But Spirit Shackle is a good last hitting tool. If you can get attack weight stacks, it definitely has an advantage over Inteleon in that it can't have its snipe shots be blocked. And it can put out a lot of damage. It has access to a lot of good items. Floatstone, Curse Bangle, Charging Charm, Attack Weight, Muscle Band, right? Like you can build it in a lot of different ways. It's awkward to lane it because it's not that strong in lane, and it's awkward to jungle it because it's not that strong at level 5 out of the jungle either, right? We compare it to some attackers. Gardevoir at level 5, you're really scary. Candle, you're scary at level 5, right? Maybe Delphox needs a little bit longer to come online, but at least it has a really strong Unite move. Desi's Unite move, I don't think it's that good. Okay, cool. So that rounds out our attackers. Added a little bit of color to the mix here. How do we feel so far? I feel pretty good about this. Gengar is S++. Only if you're a level 100 Gengar. Thoughts on Chris saying Dura is good? Did he say that? I feel like you might be taking him out of context. You really think Dodrio Tri-Attack plus Jump Kick with Potion is top tier? Don't kill you. I mean, I think B tier, I think the highest Pokemon in B tier is pretty respectable, no? I think it's fine. The Dura is underrated and better than Machamp at least. Maybe I agree that it's the best of these garbage Pokemon. but that's not saying much. You know, that's really not saying much. I just don't care to sort the D tier Pokemon that much. Gojo Dropek is so good. Yeah, I don't think a Pokemon being at the top of B tier means it's a bad Pokemon, guys. Like getting a B plus is a good grade, right? Yes, like it could be here or it could be here. I think it's fine. But cool. I'm pretty happy with this. Let's move on to supporters. Supporters are an interesting one because they also have like their internal kind of archetypes. So there's the healer supports, and then there's the like utility, maybe kind of defender, maybe like a specialist kind of support. But yeah, there's only really 5 healing supports, right? It's Blissey, Hoopa Eld, Clef, Comfy. Hoopa is my favorite one of the bunch, and I think I can put her in S tier. It's hard, right? It's hard to kind of think about all these Pokemon in relation to one another because they're all quite good, but generally you can only really have one of them on your team, with the exception of Hoopa, right? I think we're going to see this more and more in competitive play, the more the meta gets to develop. And if in solo queue people wanted to pick supporters, right? If people enjoyed this role, you would see more people, like more teams have Hoopa +1 comps, right? I think you can play Trick Hoopa and then have another healer to back up your carries, and that's a fine way to play the game. Or you can go Hyperspace Hole Hoopa and completely take control of the macro gameplay, have resets, have, you know, a lot of mobility throughout the map, have your Unite move to be able to split up the map, show up to both objectives at the same time, defend pads, whatever it might be. I think Hoopa is just an extremely broken Pokemon. Can't talk about Hoopa without talking about Eldegoss right after. I'm going to put Eldegoss in the A tier just because I want there to be like a noticeable distinction between the two. I do think Hoopa is better than Eld, especially after the nerfs Eld got not too long ago. Yeah, I think very similar in the early game. They're ranged supporters that can provide sustainability to their team. Eldegoss does it through some slows to provide pressure. Hoopa does it with Astonish and the stuns. Hoopa is a little bit better at playing around last hits. Eldegoss is a little bit better at brawling because of synthesis. Unite moves, Eldegoss provides some defensive pressure. Hoopa provides more offensive pressure and more macro. So they have their differences. But I'm a big fan of Hoopa. Blissey, I think very similar power level to Eldegoss. Some teams in competitive might argue for it to be higher. Some might argue for it to be lower. I think right now, I might say it's a little bit higher just because I think there's a lot of good Blissey Unite move targets that are strong in the metagame, right? Tyranitar is a great one. Leafeon's great. Zoro is great. Blaziken is great. Phalanx is okay-ish. Gyarados is great. Meowscarada is great. Cramorant is like one of the best attackers to get Blissey ulted. Metagross is really, really good. Petal Dance Venusaur, like, just look at how many good carries are enabled by Blissey, even Scyther and Dodrio. That I think Blissey is really, really strong. The one downside it has is that in the laning part of the game, it can't really A-press the enemies, right? The way that Hoopa and Eld can. So I really like Blissey. I like it better than Eld. Maybe I'll put one more Pokemon to have a gap between them, maybe something like that. I'll put it at the height of A tier. There we go. But I do think it's not as valuable as having a Hoopa, so I want there to be a distinction between them. Clefable, this is a Pokemon that I think I could put in the B tier. I don't think it's a bad Pokemon per se, but it's just not, after it got nerfed, it's not that strong of a healer. Anytime like any reasonably good player or team sees a Clefable on the other team, they're going to put a cursed item on. And curse items really, really lower the effectiveness of Clef, because Clef's healing is healing over time that's very telegraphed. And you can very easily shut it down with cursed items. And, you know, gravity can counter some things for sure, but people are better at playing around gravity. And its Unite move is way less reliable, right? Blissy's Unite move can instantly bring online so many of these characters. Clef's Unite move is just kind of there. So yeah, I don't think Clef's great, but I do think it's not like it needs buffs. I just think it's noticeably worse than some of the other Pokemon that are out there. Comfey, I always like putting Comfey right beside Zoroark, just because I feel like, you know, that's Comfey's main like target. But I do think Comfey is worse than having an Eldegoss. So I'm gonna put it in the A tier, but I am gonna put it a little bit lower because I do think Zoro is much stronger. Yeah, I think I'll put it like right around here, maybe. I think Comfey is really, 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 really annoying to deal with. But when you think about Comfey, one thing you have to think about is the liability that you bring to your team, right? So the problem with Comfey is all of a sudden now you have one Pokemon on the map that, you know, can't hold pads, right? All other supporters are good at holding pads. Can't really get vision for your team. It's really reliant on having a good host. And if you don't have that, it really can feel weak. And even in the games where you have a good host, if the enemy team has like a lot of good lockdown, a lot of good CC, and your host can't pop off, you're just that much more of a useless Pokemon, right? So in Trio Q, Comfey is S+ tier, right? I think in Trio Q, the reason why in Trio on ladder, Comfey can feel so aggressive and so annoying to deal with is that, you know, Comfey plus its host can farm all the noobs in the game, yet the hosts can get super duper ahead, and then it feels like it's impossible to play into, right? But if it's 5 players of relatively equal skill against 5 players of relatively equal skill, I do think Comfey is, you know, middle of the road strong. Even in competitive. Nobody wears curse items besides Delphox and some defenders. That is systematically false. Most of the attackers in the game can wear curse items. Sylveon, yes. Espeon, almost every game. Cramorant, almost every game. Petal Dance Venu very much likes to, maybe the other build doesn't. Inteleon might not. Icicle Spirits Glaceon will. Icy Wind won't. Mew, definitely one that might not. Guard, yes. Delphox, yes. Candle, yes. A9, yes. Pikachu, yes. Bangle on Desi. And then maybe some of these guys won't. And then defenders can. Hoopa can, as from a supporter perspective. A lot of all-rounders can and do. Metagross being one of them. That can put on Bangle. Mimikyu is one that gets played with Bangle. Even Buzzwole can. Even Luca can. Charizard definitely will. A lot of Pokemon in the game, a lot will wear cursed items. A lot. Okay, let's talk about the last supporters: Wiggly, Mime, Sableye. These 3 are not really supporters, even though Sableye you might play in exchange for having a healer on your team. They do force your team into playing slightly different kind of play style. I think Sableye I can put in the B tier. Maybe somewhere in the middle. I think it's an annoying Pokemon, right? If we're talking about pure solo queue, obviously I might rate it much lower. But in like, you know, higher rated games, right? If you want to develop a strategy around Sableye, it is not bad, right? Yeah, I think maybe like somewhere here. Yeah. Sableye can, 1, shut down a lot of these Pokemon that take a long time to evolute, right? Which is, the meta's kind of shifting towards that. T-Tar definitely takes a long time to get online. Blaziken can take a while. Gyarados can take a while to get online. Metagross can take a long time. D-Knight right? These Pokemon that need time to scale, Sableye can really slow them down. And then you can couple it with a lot of speedsters that are popular to have very different types of playstyle, right? It's really annoying to play into, but you have to draft around having a Sableye, right? Which is its biggest weakness as well, right? Its biggest strength is its biggest weakness, right? You have to be more reliant on going for chip caps, like slowly whittling away the enemy pad. You have to go around, setting up your team and getting them online, which is why in solo queue it feels bad, right? Because in solo queue, your teammates aren't going to pick around you. Your teammates aren't going to take advantage of the vision you get them. They're not going to take advantage of the setup you can give them, right? But if in a more coordinated environment, if you build around a Sableye, you can definitely have a viable and strong strategy. So yeah, I do think, you know, it might be shocking to you that it's this high, but I definitely think it's up here. Okay, Wigglytuff. Now, Wiggly, I think, is a very underrated Pokemon. But when we get to the defender side, you'll see why I put it in the C tier. It's just, you can only really have one of these types of Pokemon on your team. It's not going to replace your healer. It's not something that you can build your team around necessarily, right? And a Q Charm and Sing and all of that is very annoying. But you know what's also very annoying? Surf on Slowbro, Rock Tomb X-Scissor, Hydro Pump Surf, anything that Mamoswine does, Hornleech, Woodhammer, right? Mean Look Umbreon, Foul Play Umbreon. Like, every Pokemon that contests Wiggly's role is also very, very annoying, right? So it's hard to rate it too high, but it is fine. Like, you can do a lot with Wiggly. It's just all the Pokemon that it competes with can do its job in a better kind of way. And then Mr. Mime, I think, again, very similar to Wiggly. I think last patch, Mime I might have rated a little bit higher, but now that we're getting into more of a tankier Pokemon kind of meta, where it's a lot of all-rounders that are making up a lot of compositions, I think Mime's value goes down just a little bit, right? With Barrier and Confusion, Mime is really, really annoying, right? There's a lot of hidden interaction that people don't even know about, like Mime into Blaziken, for example, putting up a wall so Blaziken can't Blaze Kick, because Blaze Kick doesn't go through walls, so you can put up a wall to block the Blaze Kick, the Blaziken from having mobility around. You know, you can put up a Mime wall on Zoroark's Feint Attack, and you can force a Zoroark to end up on the other side of your wall after getting stunned, which can ruin his combo as well. A lot of different ways to really be annoying for these Pokemon, but all these defenders, right? All these defenders are very annoying for those types of Pokemon. So it doesn't do anything that special. So it feels like that's the end of supporters, but it's a really easy, natural way to get into defenders. And I'm going to put some of the defenders that might not be as defendery in nature, like Goodra and Greedent, off to the side. And let's talk about the one evolution defender, which is Umbreon. This might be our only S tier defender, which is so cringe that there's just Eevee after Eevee after Eevee. Probably put it higher than Leafeon even. Because yeah, this Pokemon, it can heal as much as a supporter while still being able to put on so much pressure as a defender. But either you go Mean Look or Foul Play, they're both so disruptive. And then its Unite move can completely counteract so many other Pokemon in the game, primarily other defenders. But even if there's no Crustle, no Slowbro, or no Snorlax, no Blastoise to steal their shields away from, no Blissey, right? The one thing that you can do as Umbreon, that with the Umbreon's Unite move, is continue to push enemy pads, right? You have a Regieleki, you're pushing a pad. You get that Moonlight Prance, you steal away the shields that they have on the pad, and you just keep pushing, right? It's crazy. I think this Pokemon just is completely imbalanced. I don't know if I'm gonna put it higher than the other EVs. Maybe in between Leafeon, but I do think all three of these are definitely S tier. Slowbro, I think slow beam is going to be very relevant in this meta. Whenever slow bro ult is good, it's going to be rated high. You know, sometimes slow bro ult doesn't feel as impactful because of the threats that are in the meta, right? Primarily when it's like a double attacker kind of meta, slow bro can feel a lot weaker because it doesn't have any mobility. It can get stuck in a lot of the control mages AoE spells. I can feel really annoying. But right now, I think it's a really good meta for slow bro. There's a lot of good things to shut down, a lot of important things to shut down. And the rest of its kit feels fine as well. So I think it's a high A tier mon. Trussell, I'll put it at the height of A tier. I do think that this Pokemon isn't an S tier defender. But I think it's like up there in terms of one of the best. It has a really good matchup into Slowbro because just think about it, right? The way Slowbro gets last hits in the early game is by charging down Water Gun, and you can just Rock Slide to interrupt the Water Gun charge. So you have an advantage, you know, before either of you are level 4. And then once you guys are both level 4, Rock Tomb, while it doesn't stun, it can trap you into a close quarters situation, right? And Slowbro, one of the defenders that has no mobility, has to walk really slowly around the Rock Tomb to get out. And in that time, Slowbro is going to take so much damage, right? All the other defenders, Snorlax can jump over it, Foul Play, Umbreon can hop over it. You can't jump over it with Surf, but at least, you know, you can get to the side and then Surf on an angle to be able to get out. You can push the guy away from you. Mamo has, you know, different mobility. Trev at least has some mobility. Lapras doesn't have mobility, but it does suck to be into Crustle. So, you know, that's one. And then the other two are barely even defenders. But yeah, so Crustle is really good into other defenders, and it's good into attackers that don't have mobility. But I think it's an A tier Pokemon because it's safe. Crustle isn't actually that bad ever, really. But I don't think it's ever good enough to put it in S tier. I think it's just a safe defender. Umbreon's going to be banned a lot of games. Crustle's going to be your next best thing to pick. Okay, Snorlax. I am one of the few people, and maybe some of you guys agree with me, that actually think Snorlax is a little bit underrated. In my eyes, right, if you were here at the start of the tier list, right, if you're watching this and you heard my comments on Lucario is kind of like a very average all-rounder, right? Very like middle of the road. It never feels like it's bad, maybe never feels like it's great. I like Snorlax is a very similar type of Pokemon, right? It never feels like it's great at anything, but it doesn't feel bad at anything either, right? And the one thing that I really like about Snorlax is that its Unite move is 89 seconds short, right? Everyone always forgets that Snorlax actually secretly has a low cooldown Unite move, right? Snorlax's Unite move cooldown is the same cooldown as Pikachu's, right? And you never realize that when you're playing this Pokemon or playing into it, right? So being able to just delay enemy team on your pad, you know, the enemy is about to get an objective. Nope, I'm taking a nap. I'm chilling. You know, force the enemy to play on the Poke Flute. I think it's a solid defender. I don't think it's exceptional. Like, I don't think it's great. I'm not going to put it too high. And I don't think it's awful. So it likes to sit in the middle, right beside Lucario. Blastoise. Okay, this is an interesting Pokemon to talk about, right? Because this guy just got nerfed pretty hard. So last hatch, Blastoise is like either here or here, depending on, you know, your perspective. I think most people had him up here. It has 3 viable movesets, right? So Surf Pump is a traditional defender build. Spout Spin is a traditional like damage build. And then one that started to get more and more popular was like the hybrid spin pump build, which gave you some damage pressure that Spin Spout gave you, while still having burst damage and still having, you know, some control with Hydro Pump. But after the nerfs, I definitely think 1 tier down is very, very fair. And I do think people are a little bit harsh on saying that Blastoise sucks now. Definitely doesn't suck. But I do think it's worse than having Slowbro as a defender on your team. I would rather a lot of times have Slowbro, but sometimes have Blastoise. So for that reason, I'm going to put it like in the middle-ish of A. Like on the middle to lower end of A. Surf Pump is still really annoying, okay? And the Unite move is still very, very strong, very easy to land, big Unite moves. And while it did get a lot of nerfs to a lot of good things about it, I don't think there were enough to gut this Pokemon. I just think you have to be a little bit more careful in the way that you pick this Pokemon. That's all. We'll still see a lot of top lane Blastoise in NAIC. We'll see it this weekend in Japan. I'm sure of it that we will. It's still a very stable pick. And one thing that people don't give enough credit to, the real reason why Blastoise is still so strong, right, is in the early game, when your jungler comes to gank, the fact that you can do Skull Bash Eject into Water Gun, right, and have like a 1.5 second stun from a huge long range on a tanky Pokemon that can do a lot of damage at level 4 is still the best setup in the game, bar none, pretty much, for a jungler. Right? It's better than having Mean Look, because Mean Look is telegraphed. You have to walk up to it. In the time Mean Look is getting cast, they can walk away a little bit. And then once it's cast, they can still walk away, right? So if you Mean Look someone that's like close-ish to their pad, they're going to get on top of their pad before your jungler can hit them, right? If you Skull Bash Eject Water Gun someone, they're going to be, and they weren't on their pad, they're going to be far away from their pad, and now your jungler can kill them, right? So that's what makes Blastoise really, really good, in my opinion. And then it continues to stay strong. It's a still like anti kind of all-rounder pick to be able to be really annoying to a lot of different all-rounders in the game. Very hard to get off pads. Very good setup. So I do like it. I do think it's a solid mon. Okay, Mamoswine. This is a Pokemon that everyone wants to be good, and I don't understand why. I don't know why people want Mamo to be good. Because a meta where Mamo is good is a meta that people will hate, right? I don't want this Pokemon to be buffed. I think it's a okay Pokemon, and I think it's a Pokemon that needs to stay relatively bad. Because if this Pokemon gets buffed, it will become so omega annoying to deal with. You'll all hate it and want it to get gutted. I think maybe it's like really low B tier. I do prefer it over Mime and Wiggly, but like if this Pokemon got to evolve at level 7, I think that's the only buff I would accept. The only buff I would accept is like make it, you know, remember when Blastoise used to be a level 9 Pokemon to evolve and they brought it down to 7? Like keep Mamo's Unite at 9, right? But let it evolve at 7 just so it can get some stat buffs. And then I'm happy. Like from there, don't change anything else. You know, its moves do an adequate amount of damage. It's very, very annoying. Ice Fang can do a good amount of repositioning and displacement. Sure, it can get countered by stuns, but that's good. Having counterplay is a good thing. Yeah, its Unite move kind of sucks. But does every Unite move in the game need to be Blastoise level? I don't think so. You know, the only buff I would accept to its Unite move is to lower its cooldown. Right? I think if they made it like close to Snorlax Unite move cooldown, right? Maybe that around that 89 to 100 second mark, I think I could accept that. But I don't want its power level. I'm down for its cooldown on its Unite and its level to evolute to come down, but I don't want to make the peak of Mamo any higher. I think that will just be too scary. Okay. Tree. I know I said Umbreon might be the only S tier defender, but I think I lied. I think Tree is right up there. To be honest, I want to rate it right here, but I'm going to move it beside Sylveon because I like the 3 cats being together. I think aesthetically that looks good. But I do think Tree is demonic, right? The one downside Tree has, right, is that sometimes you can get stuck getting level 5, and you know that can really be a detriment to your game plan. But that doesn't happen very often. You're still a strong Pokemon 1 through 4. Your passive keeps you alive. It's really hard to take this Pokemon off the pad. And this is one of the few Pokemon in the game that has all 4 viable movesets, right? All 4 of its movesets are viable. And it's very, very strong in 2 roles, right? It's a premier defender and a premier top laner. And we're moving into a heavy all-rounder kind of meta. It's solid into those types of all-rounders. Pain Spit can be viable in the games where Pain Spit's viable. Pain Spit's one of the few things in the game that can stop Ray Shield scores because it does true damage. The displacement you can get from Woodhammer Hornleech is super, super strong. It's very, very tanky. It forces the enemy team to play anti-healing, but even that, it heals so much that even anti-healing into it isn't enough to make it bad, right? Like you need to have anti-healing into it to make it a little bit more balanced, but it's still imbalanced when the other team has anti-healing. If Tree evolved at level 4, it would be an S+ tier mon. Make no mistake. But the level 5 is what keeps it grounded in the middle of S tier, which is still phenomenal. And like honestly, some people might even say it's here. I wouldn't be that mad about it. But I really see the strength in Leafeon being Omega Giga stupid broken. So it has to stay higher in my eyes. Okay, we're closing off to the end of the tier list. I'm gonna save Lapras for last because I think I'm gonna have some interesting thoughts that you guys might not expect. But we need to put Pokemon where we need to put Pokemon. And Greedent, I think, goes somewhere in the C tier. Maybe higher than Absol, lower than Zard. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think Bullet Seed Greedent has some kind of potential and competitive, right? It's very, very tanky. It's very agile. It's very good at taking enemy farm. It's really good at, you know, forcing resources to be used on it. So the way you want Greedent ideally to be is like, you have a setup where you can, you know, stack in the lane, right? You want to be able to get like 3 stacks in the lane, hit level 5 early, and the other team doesn't have like a high amount of sustain damage to be able to just A-press or, you know, bring you down fast. And you just run around the map, you take their ball toys, you take their jungle buffs, and you try to be as annoying as possible. So I don't think it's gonna be higher. I don't think it should get buffed to be higher, but I don't think it's as bad as some of these D tier Pokemon. Goodra, I'm very, very anti-Goodra. I don't like this Pokemon at all. I think this Pokemon sucks. And I'm gonna put it low as an emphasis on how much I dislike this Pokemon. I know a lot of you think Goodra's super OP. Sometimes you get into ranked and it's unkillable. Or you're like, oh my god, how could you say Goodra's worse than Gengar or Duraludon? But in my eyes, Defender is one of the most broken roles in the game, okay? Like, Defenders are so strong that we have 2 S tier Defenders, multiple A tier Defenders, and Mamoswine is like, you know, our tier list has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Pokemon higher than Mamo, and even Mamo feels like it isn't even that bad, right? So, in my eyes, Defender is like this highly broken contested role, and then you have Goodra, right? Which is like nothing like the other Defenders. It sucks in the early game, right? It doesn't have a spike where you evolute and it's like, oh my god, I'm finally good. You know, like Tree 1 through 4 is like kind of meh, but you hit 5 and you're like, sick, I'm insane now, right? The other Defenders, they're either strong at level 1 or at level 4, right? All these Defenders are fine at level 1 or 4, right? Umbreon, Crustle, Bro, Blast, Mamo, Lax. Goodra's not good at level 1 either. So when is Goodra actually good? When is Goodra actually good? Never. It just feels like if you took the worst parts of T-Tar and you put it into one Pokemon, you would get Goodra. And ever since curse items came out, it doesn't even feel like it goes infinite anymore. 3rd evolution, he gets strong. At level 8 for a defender, that's not good enough. Oh my god, it's a Sprago's raid. What's up, everyone? You guys are joining us right at the end of our tier list video. So you guys get to see where I put Lapras. And where I put Lapras may shock you all, okay? You know, it's not in the EX tier because it's not an EX Pokemon. It's not a D tier Pokemon because I think it's better than all of these. It's not S tier because it's not T-Tar or any of these, or A tier. But I do think that Lapras actually is like up here in the B tier, like right there, right? And if we're going purely off usage, then yeah, you know, Lapras would be down here, right? Because we don't see a lot of Lapras. You know, Lapras doesn't pass the eye test in terms of like, oh my God, I see Lapras and it pops off in some of these games, right? You might see Mimikyu and it's like, oh my God, Mimikyu just penta'd my whole team. And you're saying Mimikyu and Lapras are like roughly the same tier of Pokemon. But if I'm thinking like, you know, if I'm playing out averages in my head, right? And I'm thinking about games where Pokemon can excel in their best case scenarios, right? I think Mimikyu's best case scenarios require the enemy team to make a whole lot of mistakes, right? And Lapras's best case scenarios can happen just as a result of draft. You know, if the enemy team picks relatively low damage and a decent amount of melee Pokemon that might not have that much displacement, right? If they have like, you know, maybe a Speedster, right? Like maybe a Zoro or a Meow or a Scyther. And then they also happen to have like a Metagross or a Blaze, something like that. And their attacker doesn't provide like a lot of sustained damage. So maybe it's like a Mew or maybe it's an Inteleon, something like that, right? In those types of games, Lapras gets really, really hard to kill, right? And I think you guys will be surprised to see that at NEIC and Worlds, we'll probably see Lapras get picked by some good teams. And if they don't pick it, then they suck, obviously, because I could never be wrong. Kiappa. So yeah, I think Lapras is a good Pokemon. For those of you guys that joined from the raid or joined in late and you want to hear my reasoning, you can scroll back in the VOD. This will be up on YouTube very soon as well. And you can see it there. It'll be timestamped on YouTube, sorted by role. We talked about all-rounders, then speedsters, then attackers, then supporters, and then defenders. You should be able to find out where your favorite Pokemon might have been placed. There's one that I'm going to answer, because there's this one guy in the chat that keeps saying, Serena D tier, Serena D tier, Serena D tier. And for you, for the Serena guy, I'm going to move it, okay? I'm going to move it from beside Duraludon to beside Duraludon. Boom. So to summarize my thoughts on Serena, right? It's a Pokemon that has like that Tyranitar or Gyarados kind of scaling where you have like, you're like really, 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 really weak. And then finally you come online, right? But when Serena comes online, it just isn't that exciting or impactful, right? Like Serena, I've said this a lot of times, but Serena's the type of Pokemon that needs to be ahead to succeed and doesn't have the tools to get itself ahead. And it's just not worth investing into, right? If I'm going to invest into a bad Pokemon in the early game, I'd rather it be like so many other things, right? I'd rather be a T-Tar, but Gyarados, but Blaziken, but Metagross, right? Where is he? Metagross, or Shifu, even Mimikyu, right? Like all of these Pokemon have so many more exciting things than Serena does. And even Charizard, right? I'd rather have a Charizard. So no, until Serena gets like major buffs, I don't think it's going to be very playable. The reason why Mew is low, I think if this was like talking purely about competitive, right? And purely around like the top 4 teams, there might be an argument to say that Mew is a little bit higher. But I think a lot of games where the Mews end up being successful are games where it got lucky and it got a bunch of shutdown kills, right? Like, I think there's other attackers that are good enough in lane, and if Mew isn't level 13 at Ray, it is a bad Pokemon. Like, right? The difference between level 12 and 13 Mew was already bad, and now it's even worse after the nerfs. So if you're not level 13, it's like really, really bad, right? But imagine you're like a Fire Spin Delphox, right? If you're Fire Spin Delphox and you're level 12 at Ray, you're still putting down the spin. You're still putting down a Unite move that can anti-heal and slow people, right? And you have tools throughout the game to come back with these short CD Unite moves. Mew's Unite move is more like to push your advantage even more or to get you out of bad situations, right? It's not something that starts fights for you. So yeah, I do think Mew is a little bit weak. Yo, what's good? LeBron here. Yo, what's up? What up, Bron? If you guys don't know, me and Bron are pretty tight. He comes in my chat a lot. We got LeBron here. Cool. I'm happy with the tier list, so looks good. Let's take a screenshot. Serena is so broken. Serena's so broken. The more you talk about Serena, bro, the lower it's gonna get moved on the tier list. Doesn't Cram have the second highest win rate right now or something? Yeah, and it's in the A tier, man. That's pretty good, no? Guys, you gotta go watch I think either Spraggles or Chris or both of them have a video about win rates. I think it might be Spraggles, but it's a really good video. Okay, win rates are very, very misleading. The biggest thing about win rates is that, one, you have to look at play rate, right? And even if you combine play rate and win rate, you still have to contextualize win rates, right? Some Pokemon are going to have a high win rate because they're generically good, right? They can fit into a lot of comps, and they might have good win rates because they don't have like really, really bad matchups on the other side, right? Some Pokemon might have low win rates, but they might have like a really high point of execution, and they might be played more because they're like really fun for people, but they might suck at it, right? Like a lot of speedsters. Zoro, if we balanced Pokemon purely off of win rate, Zoroark would get buffed. Do you guys want to see Zoroark get buffed? You want to do like, should we buff Zoroark? Its win rate isn't high. If you answered yes, you're wrong. Yeah, we should buff Leafeon. Let's take a look at win rates. Leafeon's win rate's low. We should buff it, right, guys? You guys want to buff Leafeon, right? Buff Leafeon. Buff Glaceon. No, T-Tar's win rate's high. You got that one wrong, Zug. Make everyone feel good. Buff Zacian. No one even plays it. How bad is Zacian that no one even plays it? Yeah, I don't know. You can't look at... Maybe I need to make my own video on win rates so I can summarize my thoughts. All right, and then tournament win rates are a whole nother thing that people... Like, I would say like 90% of pro players I've spoken to don't even understand that competitive win rates are also pointless to look at, right? Like, the biggest example I can give you, right, the easiest one I can think of is, on average, the worst team is going to be second pick, right? Tournaments are seeded. The better team, on average, generally picks first pick. On average, the better team is going to win, right? completely generalities, right? Generalizing here. Better team will win. Better team is usually first pick. If there's a Pokemon that's the second best Pokemon in a patch after bans, and it's the most likely second picked Pokemon, then it's going to have an inherently lower win rate because on average, the worst teams are picking it, right? And there's no way to account for that in win rate unless you look at win rate per side and you compare that individually for each Pokemon per side and when they're picked in the draft, right? It's just too much. Like you really just have to, you really can't trust win rates too much. Like you can look at outliers, like if something's like 39% or something 70% with relatively high play rate, you can look at outliers and try to draw conclusions from that, and I think it's fine. But if you're gonna look at a Pokemon that's like 55 compared to like 65 or 45, right? It's just too small sample size with too many unknown factors. We need a ranged Pokemons. I've been having fun playing Glaceon. I'm gonna pick it. Mew had a 9% win rate in one of the regions. It's bad. 9% is bad. The Shield of Grass Glide is broken. Serena broken. All right, man. Here's what I recommend you do, okay? Play Serena and just keep winning with it. Because if all of us think it sucks and you think it's broken and you think you're right, you should go play some Serena, man. Queue up right now and play some Serena. You won't. You go play some Serena right now, man. Next season we have EX Pokemon ranked. Everyone keeps saying that. Can someone give me a link to where they heard that news? Because I haven't seen anyone that said that. Serena was so broken on release, she broke her legs, now remains broken. Derogatory. Oh, I see. Your dad confirmed it. He's the guy that made Zacian. So what you're saying is we should all hate your dad. Your dad's a bad guy. That's messed up. You have a feeling Mew's gonna get buffed? I could see it happening. I could see them buffing Mew. My green really think he was jungling? Hello. Do you think the devs are focusing on the Chinese version of the game? A lot of people say that. I have no way of confirming it's true, but I said this yesterday as well. I hope it's true. Because what's the alternative? That they just hate us now? They're just not making content because they hate us? If they're not making content because they're focused on another version of the game, and they'll come back and give us love after, I could wait. Are these guys dancing? Did you see them? They were wiggling in sync there. I'm doing it too. Well, my top lane got double killed, but fine, I guess. Could have probably kept my stack alive there. Often do we get updates now? It feels like the update schedule slowed down. But honestly, I think the updates, they just want to do it around tournaments now, right? Which is kind of how it should be. I just think the patches we get are too stale normally. And I don't know, like, we just need a new map. Like, I talked about it in my video. I think everyone agrees. We just need a new map, or we need something exciting. We just need something pog. That guy took too long to take down. I've ejected that. I think Icy Wind's too slow to hop out of Brave Bird. I guess he just died. Headed to the top path. I don't really want to push this, guys. There's nothing. Thing's level 9. Okay, man. Got Az ulted and Metagross ulted. New map instead of Rayquaza, it's just a 5v5 fight to the death with no rejoining the fight after dying. Winning team gets the race shield. I don't trust you.
I'm 16 in Inder stream years. Inder clap.
You're 16 in Inder stream years. I feel scared. The number 16 is scary. But thank you for the reset. Welcome back, Filthy. No, he's too fast. My green got vision into the bush. Initially, that might have been enough. I do think if Unite had like a deathmatch mode, that would kind of be cool. Where it's just like, you know, it's like a mode you just get to queue into. It's like free-for-all deathmatch or something, you know. And it's just something like you could do in between queue or something. Like, I don't know. They just need to spice up the game. Like, we could sit here for hours and come up with different ideas that would all be good on paper. They just have to do something. I don't care what they do, just do something. Yeah, I'm sure you guys can come up with very fun ideas. I could too. The problem is they're not doing anything right now. These have too much damage and these guys are running in one at a time. My attacker duo, they just got bored of the fight. I really think we could have pushed though. But it's fine. speed. How disgusting. It really hit me. He's out of stuff, but oh, I can't believe I got hit by that brave bird. Imagine they had Terapagos Unite and its ult makes type matches exist. That sounds like too much work. I don't see they would ever do that. Unpopular opinion, Zacian is mechanically a Coolmon is broken. I don't think a lot of people would disagree with you, man. Like, I think compared to Mewtwo, Zacian is very interesting of a mon. I forgot they had that thing. Is something gonna auto attack it? He could have healed so much off of just getting Ray, though. Keeping my stocks alive, waiting for my Cinder to get to the fight. Is hitting it. Oh, got it. I had to keep those stocks alive for like 10 years, I feel like. Isn't Zacian more or less fine now? If you remove the EX tag off of Zacian, I feel like I would not think it's fine. But maybe, like, there's been stuff that's more broken than Zacian, probably. Yeah, I don't know why Razorleaf Desies love hitting Ray so much. Maybe they just really like the sound. I do think Zacian is like a very interesting character, though. Like, I like its design for the most part. Lowest MMR for a reason, true. Is it design philosophy or behind EX that sucks? Yeah, I agree. They should have added Zamazenta instead. Let's be honest, they just picked the ones that are more widely popular, right? Have you guys seen, like, been to a Pokemon Center or seen pictures of them putting Zacian and Zamazenta plushies next to each other? And the Zacian ones are almost sold out and every Zamazenta one is still there? Like, more people just like Zacian, guys. That's all it really is. You seen that image? Yeah, I've seen it firsthand. I saw it in Japan. It's same thing with Koraidon and Miraidon, right? Like, people just like Miraidon way more. It's a dog with a sword, yeah. That, you know what though? I really like Zamazenta. I've been trying to think which restricted in VGC I want to like main, like get good around. And I think it might be Zamazenta. Even though I played some Shadow Rider last night, and my god, it's so simple. The Shadow Horse in VGC, we might get that guy in Unite one day. That guy could be our Speedster. Isn't Zacian Giga broken in VGC? Not anymore. It's good still. Like it got top 4 in the last tourney. But it's not as good as it used to be. Which Pokemon would I like to be Speedster EX? I mean, I don't want any, to be honest, but I think Shadow Rider, Shadow Horse could be it. What's up? What's up? Your fault for sucking with Cinder. It's all good, man. We won. Please no Calyrex and Unite. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Back out with jungle, it's fine. Yeah, oh no, Deoxys. Yeah, true. It could be Deoxys. Best restrictors right now: Crydon, Rhydon, Cali-S, Cali-I, and Zama. In VGC, yeah, for sure. I think if you added Terapagos to that list, those are all the good ones, right? Both the Horsies, both the newest gen dragons, the box dragons, Zamazenta and Terapagos. Zacian is anti-meta, whereas Zamazenta is a meta. Yeah, right. That makes sense. I'm not good at VGC, guys, so don't take my words as truth. But I've been watching a lot of VGC content, so I'm trying to get to know the game better. They don't give Mythicals good treatment in Unite. Look at Zera. I would disagree. Mew and Hoopa have been good for a very long time, right? Just use Incineroar? Yeah, I mean, Incineroar is good. I think Shifu's technically not a mythical, right? Shifu's a legendary. It's like it's not a box legendary, but it's a legendary. I think mythical Pokemon are ones that are traditionally locked behind events, is what the distinction really is. And Shifu was good for a while, right? You like to try Terapagos or White Kyurem? I've seen people talk about White Kyurem lately. There's an Iron Cybertron Zang video I watched on it too. It looks like it could be good. Event lock, distribution lock ones, yeah. I love duo queues, beating up on my random solo queue player with multi comp. big kill for myself, actually. Or for my guard, I mean, on the stove. Bad, we didn't have fruits up. Yeah, their jungler is going to be late to clear their jungle, which means that either their jungle is not going to be fully cleared, or they're not going to show up to mid-bees. I'm going to inspire my team to walk up. Yes, to the mid-bees we go. To the mid-bees we go. And get its passive out. Gonna back and go back top. You're obtaining brain cancer in solo queue? Congratulations. It's sad that Tapu Koko is not in Gen 9, otherwise the future Paradox could have more use. If there was any other Pokemon that could add Electric Train or Sun, I think those Pokemon would be way more broken. Or like, and they're already all so good, or so many of them are good. I kind of think it's good that there's not a lot of Pokemon that do Sun or Electric Train. Can't do much. Tapu making EX? Honestly, I think the Tapus would be better off as a map objective. I think they should save the Tapus to be the next bottom objective of a new map. Or like that archetype of character, you know? They feel more akin to that than, I don't know, taking the spot of a playable mon. That's at least how I feel. I don't know about you guys. Feel lucky enough. Fine that I walked, to be honest. I buy you one. Like teriyaki? You know teriyaki is just soy sauce with sugar? Think about that. Why do they have to kill other mons after being OP? Why not make them at the same power level? You know, I think it's a very valid thing to complain about. Why do Pokemon go from being OP to being garbage instead of just finding like a good middle ground? Like Water Bear, right? Especially Serena, stuff like this. Tanky. I wanted to go top, but then it looked like they stopped pushing, and then they just started pushing again. Weird. My guard's popping off though, so it's fine. Just keep farming, guard. You're doing fine up there. You're good. You're good. I don't know why this guy wants to push though. It's just ping gather here now. I'm confused. Gather here, gather here, gather here. What are they doing? You guys need to start hitting the objective though. Oh, he just walked. They're glaze halted, so I didn't mind matching with mine. Really far guard to get here. Oh, he's just mad, I guess. Oh. He's giving up. Thought we were gathering here. Maybe he's just mad. I mean, we did get the Regieleki, so I don't know what he's mad about. Hello, guard. Enemy team, can you hit it? Do you have an Inteleon? I had no idea. Need someone to hit the objective. I mean, we're just down a player, man. Man. Now it became a bot, right? He's gonna ult instantly as soon as they come in range. Maybe the real gathering was the friends we made along the way. True. Or she should have the EX tag? No. I will report the guard. Oh, at least the guard made it so we didn't lose any points. Oh, waste of 10 minutes of my life, but it's okay, I guess. Again, the lowest MMR, yeah. Nothing in the game should have an EX tag if we're being real. I agree, but let's think of it from the Pokemon, like from the Pokemon company's perspective or Game Freak's perspective, right? They clearly want to have certain Pokemon be a level stronger than other Pokemon, right? And take VGC, for example. Right now, the EX Pokemon that are legal in VGC, you can only have one of them per team, right? In VGC, they don't call it EX, they call it restricted. But you could only have, like, you can't have Groudon and Kyogre on your team, or Miraidon and another one. You can't have Miraidon and Zacian on your team. You're only allowed to have one of them. Why? Because they have higher base stats, they're caught as like a focal point of the story, and they're meant to be stronger, right? Yeah, EX is something they use in TCG as well. It's not one per deck in TCG. In TCG, I think the EX Pokemon, they give up more prize cards when you take them down, right? That's their downside. They're generally higher statted and stronger Pokemon, but you lose more if you die with them, right? So like, I guess they struggled with finding a way to convert that to Unite. In my opinion, if we could go back, I think they should have never made Zacian, Mewtwo, and Miraidon. But that being said, every time those Pokemon came out, it added a lot of hype to the game. So can we blame them? Right? More people played because of Zacian. More people played because of Mewtwo. More people played because of Miraidon. Is it the type of players that we want to attract? I don't know. Maybe not. But if they're looking at every time they release one of these Pokemon, right, and their sales go up and the player numbers go up, then I think they might be making a decision they think is correct. You don't think it retained those new players? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We don't know, right? We just don't know is the thing. But I think it would have been better off if they were map objectives instead. People also left because of Zacian. That's true. I definitely played less during the Mewtwo era. I can confirm that. No mistake, right? No doubt in my mind. The Mewtwo Blissey era of this game was the worst era ever. And it's the time where I played the absolute least. I wish in this game, the EXs just had some fundamental downfalls, right? And they kind of got there. They've kind of gone there with how EX Pokemon take Eos energy to work. But I wish they took that and they also made it so that all EX Pokemon are down a held item. I would have been happy with that, you know? Mewtwo, one slot is its Mega Stone. Zacian, one slot is its Rusted Sword. Miraidon, one slot is its Booster Energy. You know, what's its face? Like, Ho-Oh can have the stupid feather thing you guys said, right? Like, just make it so they have less item diversity, you know? And they get to have cool and exciting kits, but they have less diverse builds and access to less power from items. The Rainbow Wing, yeah, whatever. Right? I'm sure every single restricted EX Pokemon they could add has a signature item that they could associate with it. And I think all of us would be happy with that trade-off, right? We'd be like, yeah, Mewtwo is strong, and its Unite is powerful, but you know, it only has 2 items, right? And it's the change from 3 items to 2 is huge, right? If you have 2 items, it means that if you want to run a defensive item like a Focus Man or a Buddy Barrier, now half of your items are committed to that. Mewtwo would hold the Mega Stone. It would be its Mega Ball. Mega Balls. Why is there a T-Tar on the enemy team, guys? How did this happen? Who allowed the T-Tar? If I get invaded, I will cry. Wah. That's gonna be me if I get invaded. Wah. Wah. Why they abandoned the limited use item? Well, Zacian literally needs it, right? To be Zacian to get its effect. Otherwise, it doesn't, like, that's how Zacian works in VGC. Kind of, to activate its passive. If it wants to be the super Zacian. But Mewtwo technically should as well, right? Isn't that how the Megas used to work when Mega Evolutions existed? They had to hold their Mega item. And if they didn't, they couldn't Mega Evolve. He won't be in his crown form? Yeah, exactly. Booster energy could be Miraidon's battle item. Sure. I mean, just take something away from them. Never seems enough for you. I wanna lose it again. I'm not like them. I need to somebody. It's gonna be me. Ray just needed to know Dragon Ascent, because it wasn't a huge drawback. Tax the rich. I'm down, bro. Well, we don't have to worry about Mega Ray as a playable Pokemon in this game, because, you know, Ray is the mid guy. You see the Sableye yet? We don't. We do. He already popped his X speed. I think the Sableye's coming to me, isn't he? He's not. I'm not gonna even do my last ball play. This will give me 5. I've been liking going overheat. It's fun. I just wanted to apply a little bit of pressure so they couldn't just invade for free. If they try to push, I'll respawn, otherwise I'll go to my jungle. I guaranteed get this XP. 3 bot. I'm gonna go back and path 3 bot. In case my team loses and I need to get them off the pad. Oh my god, the damage. I'm gonna go try hitting now. He has ult, doesn't he? I mean, I could have maybe just killed him, but he should have ulted way sooner. Then I would just die, so maybe he just didn't skill it in time. Oh, I didn't make it over the surf. Oh, we can't be fighting 5 people down here while we have 2 people just chilling top, though, man. And they're not even doing the top objective is the worst part. The T-Dar invaded my jungle. It's really bad. Okay, he didn't. Missed. All right, are we gonna hit this thing, guys? Right, a tree ulted. Is overheat better than flamethrower? It depends. If they have a lot of characters that are really mobile, I would not go flamethrower. Or if they have characters that can be on top of you a lot. This game you could go either, I think. But I've been having fun with overheat. Come on, die objective. No, man. Yeah, we're draining Kiss Hyper Voice. That's one of those ones that should probably be illegal, man. I'll keep living on 1. Why am I getting blocked in the rock tombs, man? And whenever my team's ready to play the game, I am down to go. Okay, well, I killed 3 of them. The Mew's 1 HP. We still have 2 ults left. My team just needs to go mid and start hitting it. Okay, we don't understand how Hyper Voice works. You just melee range Hyper Voice the guy that's silver ulted. And we also eject bro ulted on for a Sableye. Still managed to have tree ult up. We lost. I know eggplants are berries. You're telling me eggplants are neither eggs nor plants? Why are they called eggplants then? Am I Egyptian? I am not Egyptian, no. GG, GG. Hey, I did you were the cross, so you did great. GG, man. You guys did well. I'm Japanese, yeah. Why am I not Egyptian? That's a good question. I don't know. Bayaz, thank you for the 300 bits. You want me to play Gengar? I'll play some Gengar.
Let's see if Gengar is still playable Inder Yap.
Where do I live? I live in Egypt. I live in Egypt. Inside a pyramid? Just outside, yeah. Just outside the pyramids. Why did I personally choose not to be Egyptian? I didn't choose. That's just what I am, or what I'm not. What's my favorite starter? Totodile. I like Totodile. I hope they add him to Unite one day. BGC wise? I don't. Incineroar and Rillaboom are like the only starters that are playable in VGC, right? Which pyramid is my favorite? You know the one in Mexico, Chichen Itza? I really like that one. Or you know the Pyramid of Light from Yu-Gi-Oh? I really like that one too. Chicken pizza? No, Chichen Itza. Do I have a pet camel? I don't, but when I was in Dubai, we met this shady guy that said that he could get us some camel if we wanted to eat. And I was like, no, I don't want to eat camel. But apparently what they do is they take the camel hump and they put a bunch of rice inside it and then bury it underground under like really hot ground, and it cooks the rice in the camel hump, and they eat that afterwards. And I didn't want to indulge in that. That seemed scary to me. You thought I lived in Canada? Well, you asked me where I lived, so you didn't know, right? That's a no draft. I'll play T-Tar, man. Why not? Solo queue is not about how good you are, but how much you are lucky with the lowest MMR teammate. Yeah, so you think the people that are higher MMR in solo queue are just more, they're just luckier, right? So I'm like 1850, right? Pretty much only solo queue. Like, right, and then compared to someone that's like 1400, I just got a lot luckier than them, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm a Gamba master, of course I'm lucky. I mean, makes sense, right? Yeah, that does make sense. I'm just luckier. Destroy them? Want me to destroy them? Wait, I was supposed to play Gengar. Guys, no one reminded me I was supposed to play Gengar. Hello? Baez gave 300 bits and we just didn't pick his Gengar. Blame the chat for not reminding me, bro. Have a chance to play T-Tar, I should play it? Okay, okay. It's not my fault, man. I didn't want to even play it. Blame the chat. It's Sweet Kiss. That doesn't even know how to play Sweet Kiss. Can you get off my head now? Thank you. I can't fight until I'm level 9, man. Even with Sweet Kiss, it doesn't matter. Gonna farm. First line of the song does not hold up very well. But maybe she's describing how bad she feels in the mornings, you know? Then it kind of works. Kappa. Got it with the fire spin kick, man. Are you kidding me? Let it in, man. Let it in. No. It's in, it's in. Doing metal. This is what's wrong with you know, our world today. We give people medals for no reason. Game's not even over, and you got a lucky last hit with the fire spin tech. Can't just be handing out participation trophies. That's what's wrong with this millennial generation. Back in my day, if you lost, you were sent home, okay? You didn't get a medal just for participating. You weren't given a medal just because, you know, you got a rebound. Congrats. The ball jumped on top of your head and you got the rebound. God, dude. We can't win an objective to save our lives. Hi. Did you see how got you wanting to use Sceptile and doubles again? I mean, playing with your favorite guy is cool. Comfy, let's go. Hop. Get inside me, little bro. What the? It worked. I take the farm before my team does it, you know? Yeah, guys, here's the thing about me. I was never born, so I can never die. I wasn't around when the pyramids were built. The pyramids were built when I was around. And I'll never die. Because I was never born. We really not... Oh, we are Wish, okay. I get we're Sweet Kiss, but I feel like we have no sustain. Even with Wish. They just have Delphox, which is annoying. We also didn't have a home field for that. We're too far behind to win from here. I don't know, man. Like, I swear every day I get a non-draft game and it just makes me not want to play. Like, I dislike the game so much more now when it's not draft. I mean, like, this game is whatever, but, like, still. Who do I think is abusing the 14 licensing? Yeah, who do you guys think it is? Who do you guys think doesn't have enough licenses? That this was not a draft game. How did my date go with your dad? It went pretty well. All I'll say is people say I have pretty good luck. So you could say that I'm lucky. So you could say that I got lucky and I was with your dad. Just whatever that means. Enemy Delphox, you think? Gengar game. Oh yeah, thank you, thank you. Next game, Gengar. I don't have enough licenses? No, that's not possible. I am the licenses. You think it's the enemy Delphox? Nope, they have 56. Not them. Not their duo Q partner. It's not the T-Tar. Not their Venu. Not their... Okay, so no one on their team. Let's take a look at our team. Oh, private. Not this guy. I mean, if it's a Meow, we'll never know. Oh. Well. Well. Guess we'll never know. The Comfy was... Oh, maybe the Comfy was Ultra. That could be it as well. Wait, bro, don't start. Please invite me. Oh, man, I just got a game. Sorry. Please invite him. I just got in a game. Do you know what day this week they show the new Battle Pass stuff? I don't know. I look like your high school bully? I'm sorry, man. I don't think I bullied anyone in high school, so we should be okay. What was that maintenance warning? It just happens if you hover an EX Pokemon. Unfollowing for not inviting that guy Madge. I'm sorry. Guess he'll have to unfollow me. It's just I got into game too late. I just got into a new game. Invite him next game or we plink. You might have to plink. I don't know what plinking is, but maybe you guys are plinking. Is plinking good? Like, do I want to get plinked? Oh, nice. I get the lane with the other solo queue player. Gonna be Gengar's Auroric lane. Blinking derogatory. No, not derogatory. Can you guys plink me nicely? And gently, please. Tejas, thank you for the super chat. What currency is that? Are those rupees? Thank you for the 1,000 rupees. Thank you so much. Rupees from Zelda? Yeah. Can I emote on you? Here you go. It's these guys? Yeah, these guys are a level of cancer for sure on the other team. But it's fine. I will not say anything. Even though I wouldn't be surprised if they're stream sniping. Na 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 na. Oh. What do you mean, these guys? Yeah, I mean, it's more of these guys are here. I recommend, if you are familiar with the guys that are here, you tell them not to pipe up, because I am schizo. I will scorch the earth on everyone. That's all I'll say. Blink. I need to sneeze. Excuse me. I'll go straight up old school Plinko. Facts. I'm not going anywhere, man. No stacking? I'm not stacking, no. I missed my ball. It wasn't gonna die either way, but glad that I missed. I'm gonna go top and farm. Tree is level 4. What is plinking? Just try it. Just try plinking right now. You'll see what it is. Saeed, look at him. Nice. 3v3, they get to win the objective. How's that fair? Oh. And don't do enough damage. Probably should have been stacking, to be honest. I have this build on from something else. Target I hit when my dream meter died. Not fair for me. Got it. I'm hoping he's dead though. Definitely got horn leashed away from my dream meter. Okay. Ouch. Should they buff Lapras back to broken? I don't think they should, no. I'm dead. Solo Rooster's gonna backhap, be careful. I'm so scared, man. I'm waking at the sound of that. One man. Indy is a gray shirt. Bro, I think you might have just found out that you're colorblind. This happened to a friend of mine in high school, I remember. He had a MacBook, and his MacBook had this red light on it. And he was like, what does this gray light on my MacBook mean? And I'm like, what gray light? And he's like, this light over here. And I'm like, that's red, bro. And he's like, what? And I'm like, bro, you're colorblind. If you think my shirt is gray, you might be afflicted by colorblind, bro. I'm sorry that you had to find out this way. Oh, here, there's the back half. No, but literally, yes. That's not fair. I mean, even if I full combo Azu, he doesn't die. Am I sure it's green? You're all colorblind. Alright, I see the path to victory, guys. We put the Delphox ult on the Ray and we win. Check it out. Oh, hold on. Assassin Dave over here. My whole team is dead. I got a team score! I don't think they can get to a pad in time though. Sad. Oh. We needed more than 2 scores, right? Because they broke ball as well. If my team just started hitting a little bit sooner, we could actually have gotten it. Unlucky. Especially when we had the Delphox ult too. Oh well. Yeah, Tejas, thank you again for the 1,000 rupees. If there's anything you want me to play, let me know. I will gladly play it for you, bro. $1,000 root beer floats? No, rupees. Rupees. I think it's like, if I remember my conversion right, 1,000 rupees is around 15 Canadian dollars, which is really, really generous. Especially in rupees. I mean, in India, you can get like a can of Coke is like 30 rupees or something like that, right? My duo just first picked Greninja Cinder in draft. How do you cope with this? Pick Dragapult. Or pick Decidueye. Like 60 rupees? Sure, still. I just mean 1,000 rupees will get you a lot more than $15 would, right? Even though the currencies are the same. So, if I play Comfy, you will donate 500 root beers. Okay, you go first. You first, and then I'll play the Comfy. Now can I invite the guy? Oh, I think he left already. He's gone already. Unlucky. Pick Sweet Kiss to back them up with the love of their mothers never gave them. Damn. That's tight. Oh, we have Azu Smurf and his Comfy. Nice. Here we go again. You're on Smurf this time. Maxu, you're definitely the same guy that from last time, right? You know why I didn't ban you from the YouTube chat? Is so that the next time you came back, I could tell everyone that you're a pedophile, and then I'll ban you instead. Don't ever come into my chat again, bro. guy keeps saying that it's not the same guy, but I know for a fact it's him. It's the same guy that like asked underage people in Unite for pictures of them, bothers every single female in every single Discord server ever. Like, I don't want to out the people that have admitted that have bothered him, because I don't want to put, like, you know, put their name out there. But I know from at least like 5 or 6 females that he's pestered them to play, and he's married too. Like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I banned him. Yeah, I mean, you can't, I don't think you can ban people on YouTube unless they show up in your chat, which is actually the reason I was waiting. Felipe, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Are we talking about the Azu player? Yes, we're talking about the Azu player. I think they changed their account, but they're the same guy who has like 10,000 games played with like 4,000 or 5,000 on Azu. It's the same person. Yeah, all of this went down like a year ago or something. And yeah, to think that like they managed to convince someone to change their name to his comfy, and they do okay with them on the daily. I mean, I feel bad for them, but whatever. Were you just here early? It's okay. I banned them. They're not gonna. They won't be around in my chat. They've been banned from my Discord for a very long time. I'm sorry that these type of people exist within our gaming community, but they're on all corners of the internet. It's just sad. Best I can do is to out them and to not associate with them, right? Like, there's not much else I can do, really. They're so low. He lets me get solo XP on this. I can have a loot. I'm on Discord, right? I have a Discord server, yeah. We have a Discord server for our community and for our stream. I can have my icy wind up. What do you call a cow with no legs? Oh, I've heard this one before. Ground beef. Right? That's like one of the jokes that comes up if you Google jokes. I know because I Googled that when I was like 13. I want to look up some funny things. Pokemon is fun. A lot of PDF files unranked. I mean, there is more than there should be. But one is more than there should be, right? So, yeah, I would agree. But it's just annoying. It's like... What do you call drama between two cows? I don't know. What do you call drama between two cows? I don't know this one. Beef. That was obvious. I should have got that. Eat your chair. What the heck? That's not nice. Told someone to eat their chair. You don't care if they're allowed to play the game, but we're also allowed to out them from our levels and keep it lower. Exactly, exactly. I mean, I also care that they're, like... There's, like, degrees to it, right? Like, someone that asks... knowingly asks someone that's underage for explicit content should be behind bars. So, I mean, they're just lucky they're not in jail, I guess. Because I guess people don't know where they live to be able to report them to the authorities. But the person that I banned from the YouTube chat, guys, like, and the Azu that's in my game, they're certified bad. Fix my posture? My posture's not that bad. Can't really fix that much more. Team Kendrick or Team Drake? I don't take sides. Those football teams? Yeah, those are football teams. You've never heard of Kendrick before. Didn't you 2 seconds ago ask if we're Team Kendrick or Team Drake? Now you're saying you've never heard of him before? What do you call drama between two chickens? Okay, I can get this one. Drama between two cows is beef. Drama between two chickens? I don't know. What is it? I can't figure it out. Egg? I don't get it. Foul? How is the Comfy dancing and pinging? I don't get it. Do they need something? Foul play. Oh. I can see that. Dinner? What's the answer? We need to know. Can't just leave us hanging like that. We got trolled. We don't know the answer. Oh, was the 18 cap worth it, guys? That's dead. Keep the pressure on. Able to damage it. Oh my god. What's up from Argentina, bro? GG. The Comfy socks, like they were just dancing. I'm not gonna be bothered by it. I'm not playing the cooldown reduction build, so it's harder to keep my crystals up. If you have to hit freeze dry onto a target. If you just hit it blind, it won't give you the crystal stacks. Do you guys like milk? I've never had milk before. I don't know what that is. I'm first picking Urshifu. I can't be stopped. You like Kelm? What's Kelm? Cow juice? It's not juice. It's milk. You like banana milk? I didn't know bananas could be milked. Your cat jumped in your cereal and covered you in milk last week? RIP to your cat, man. I'm sorry. So this guy wants to swap a healer? Be my guest. You can have the healer. But you can't go oh god. Oh no, what have I done? It's Scope Lens Clef. I didn't know that's what I was signing up for. They want to go mid. No, no, no. No, no, no. You're not going mid, young sir. No, no, no. None of Clefable's moves can crit. Volty, thank you for the $3. I'll play some Mew. Can the basics crit? Yes, only Clef's basic attacks can crit. Please tell me they're just trolling, right? The critical heals. If crits could heal, or if heals could crit, maybe, but it can't. It's Clef over. For some reason, it doesn't let you swap because they don't own Mew. That's why. You can only swap with people that own the character and they don't own Mew. That's funny. Actually, only 2 people on my team own Mew. Oh, God. I saw him put the swap up and I was like, oh, nothing can go wrong. Some guy wants to play healer. What all-rounder or defender would I recommend for solo queue to masters? Defender, probably Tree. All-rounder, go with Blaziken. Blaziken's good. A lot of the all-rounders are really solid, though, to carry with. Whatever you're most confident in. Don't worry, they're probably going to play Draining Kiss. Oh. I'm not worried. Oh, they actually aren't memeing about wanting to jungle. Okay. Alright, let's both just suffer, man. Oh, we're 4-man ganking. It's good here. I have optimal coaching targets. Alright, Clef, it's time for us to go do our jungle again. Let's go. No, he doesn't want to, actually. He just wanted the first one, you know? He didn't want any more. Thanks. What should you eat with your ribs? Maybe some like mashed potatoes or something? I don't know. 1 HP. I tracked him pretty well too. Draining Kiss, Gravity. What a combo. Can you not just come hit the objective, bro? Even after that kill, he wasn't ready to do the objective. Nice. Both defender and supporter are doing the jungle together. They deserve each other. Okay, man, I'm not doing this objective. I'm just gonna go farm. You cooked with Gravity, Rapid Fire Scarf before, but EXP share and Buddy Berry, would I be mad? I don't know if I'd be mad, I would be disappointed, you know? Like your parents. What? What about that? We're used to that. Oh. How could they make Draining Kiss good? Sure, there's a lot of different ways they could, but probably needs to always heal your allies and then also heal you, maybe. Like, you can't just not have a healer when you select that move. How it was in the test server? I don't even remember how it was. Okay, man, I get it. You're in the chat. People overreacted and said it was broken, but in what way was it broken? Maybe the gravity autos can crit. That's what the scope lens is for. It all makes sense now. Okay. Did you go to bed? It's 1:41 a.m. If you have to ask, the answer is probably yes, bro. If you have to ask the streamer you're watching if it's night time for you, then you know you don't possess the faculties to make the decision on your own. which means the answer should be yes, you know? Should you eat 6 pounds of cheddar cheese? Yeah. Again, same thing. Because if you have to ask, the answer is yes. Congrats. You ulted me. Congrats, use your eject button. Yeah, I forgot we don't have a healer. Should I report every single one of your YouTube videos for threats? No, don't do that one. That one's bad. The Mew nerf diff. Gyarados, I know you're not happy about something, but like...
Stop doing raid.
There's... Bro, we're behind, my guy. They're about to score. Now what do we do, huh? He said to stop doing raid. What should we do now? Einstein? Alright, they're paying thanks. Left troll, yeah, the left definitely seems like they're trolling. It's comeback queen. F that guy. Are they not the comeback queen? It seemed like in that game they were not the comeback queen. Should you stop doing Ray? Yes, you should. You should stop. All right, what are the odds their profile is going to be private? You guys think private or not private on the clef? And if it's unprivate, what's their win rate? Gamba? No. Not private. Private. Not private, 41% win rate. All right, not private. 48%. 42.6 in ranked. That's all seasons ranked. That's not just this season. That's every season. Support main. Support. So depressing, man. My God, man. He plays Crit Blissey. What's the win rate this season? all seasons ranked they're 42.6. This season 42.5. They played almost 500 games this season. How have they played so much so recently so badly? He plays Crit Wiggly, Muscle Blissey. Okay. Leftovers on guard. Me, sad face. This is not you. Don't say this is you. Don't say this is you. You know this isn't you. Please don't tell me this is you. At least they're consistent. That's your uncle. Sorry. They're trying their hardest. Honestly, might be a children. If I had to guess, this is a 34-year-old male. That drives on the same roads that you guys drive on. Think about it. One day you're going to school or going to work, and the guy that's in the car beside you driving is that Clef player. Like, how safe do you feel on the roads? This person has a wives and many a child. That I don't know. If you haven't figured out scope lens, Clef isn't doing much for you. You might not have figured out how to make children either. Respectfully. Respectfully, of course. They are a support main. That's not a support main. You're a 34-year-old male. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with being a 34-year-old male. I'm just saying that's what I think they are. Guys, if you're a 34-year-old male in the chat, that's good for you, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. One day I'll be a 34-year-old male. You need bleach? Yeah, I would be down for some of that right now. But choice-wise spoon on green thoughts. My thoughts are that you seek attention because you don't get enough of it otherwise, and that you're trolling. Is that too real? I don't know what I want to pick. I'll swap this guy. Every male will one day be a 34-year-old male. That's actually not true. That's not true. A chicken game? This one? This chicken? I'll play some chicken. Yeah, I'll never be a 34-year-old man because I was never born, so I can never age. What do you think KFC stands for? Korean Football Club. You're a 30-year-old NEET, get it right? Hey, shout out to the NEETs, okay? The NEETs might not be the ones that sub or donate or whatever, but the NEETs are the ones that are lurking, and, you know, we love our lurkers too. The ones that just passively watch. Maybe, like, you kind of slightly hate watch, like, you get a little excited when I lose, right? You're important to me too. They pay their taxes, even if they don't pay their taxes, you know? NEETs don't really have the income to pay taxes on, but just fine. NEETs are the backbone of our society. Exactly. They're the backbone of our community. We need the NEETs. I'm lurking while on the treadmill, 26M. Okay, your message was wholesome, but then you added your age, and it got really weird, you know? Yeah, I'm playing video games. Red shirt, 28, 29M. 26M, Florida. Tinder bio. Yeah, I work out, 26M. I'm lifting weights right now, 22M. What does NEET mean? The only NEET I know is the exam for science. NEET is an acronym. It stands for No Education, Employment, or Training. And it's basically the type of person that has nothing going on in their lives. I tried to find a nice way to say it, guys. There wasn't. I'm sorry. I need someone that's not in school, doesn't have a job, isn't training to get a job. It is, you know, just a freeloader, basically. Oh, nice. You know, we've all been NEETs before. It's okay. Well, I guess technically not all of us. I've been a NEET before, though. I'll admit it. You're born a NEET? I mean, if you're like a child, you get a pass, and then you go to school, so you're not a NEET, you know? I'm not 29. But you're doing nothing valuable with your life? Oh, you know, you figure it out one day. Why is there a Umbreon up here, man? I think this guy a coaching target if he's still in coaching. I'm not gonna sit here and try to help motivate you into doing something with your life, but I will say, you know, we only get one life, so you should try to make something out of it. Find something that you like and, you know, do it the best that you can. Good. Yeah, I wouldn't say you're a NEET if you're looking for a job, you know? You love me? Thank you. Good job. You're the best at being a NEET. Other than that, that's something that you shouldn't want to be good at it. But that's okay. It's never too late is the other thing. Level 8, man. Character's miserable without it. Let's eject. You saw my video about Unite dying? Oh, what did you think of it? No. That was so close. If I let it go early and didn't get the max charge, I don't think I would have done enough damage. You have mixed feelings about what I said? Is there anything in particular? I'm gonna go farm. Hoopa's gonna come top and ult them in. We should just be 5 here and fight them. No. Okay. Eject. There's a lot of farm to do. Do you get Gudra Dragapult to the Dragon Event license box? I think they're both pretty mediocre. Pick whichever role you like more, I guess. If you like being like tanky, defendery kind of mons, go Gudra. If you like attackers or like, you know, auto attack type of Pokemon, go Dragapult. You can do it. What I said about catering the game to better players is wrong. I mean, I can respect that. That's how you feel. Dive Hurricane a thing? Not really, no. Not really a thing. One HP. I'm gonna go heal. Even if I chase the Hoopa, I'll just die right after. I'm gonna get my cap. Okay, we're fine though. When did I start playing games? I remember playing Pokemon Yellow on my Game Boy Color. But the game I actually played before Pokemon Yellow was I had the Castlevania game for the original Game Boy. That I played on my Game Boy Color because I never had the original Game Boy, but I had that game for the original Game Boy. That's the first game I remember playing, and I was like, I must have been like 5 years old. No, younger. I think I was 4. I think I was 4 years old when I played. When I started playing games. And then I remember on our family computer, I used to play like just random like solitaire or whatever, Microsoft Pinball. And then we got a Dreamcast and I remember playing Crazy Tennis, or no, Crazy Taxi, Virtua Tennis. Virtua Tennis was one of the games I played the most on our Dreamcast. And we also had the 101 Dalmatians game. And I played that a lot. I really liked that Dalmatians game on the Dreamcast. I played that a lot. I also had NBA 2K2. Imagine, it was NBA 2K2 back then. Or 2K1. Like, you know how we have like NBA 2K24? I had NBA 2K1 or 2. I played a bunch of that. And then afterwards, I had the Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Advance SP. I played Super Mario, like Mario 3 on there. I played Pokemon Sapphire. What else? What else did I have on my Game Boy? I had a bunch of random Game Boy games. And then we got an Xbox at home. And I only really played like 2 games on the Xbox. It was like Time Busters or something like that. Time Busters, I think it was. I had a PSP, but I got a PSP when I was much older. These are games I played when I was like, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. PSP was out when I was like 12. But yeah, I had a PSP. Yeah, when did NBA 2K start? When did NBA 2K start? Yeah, it started with NBA 2K, and then they had 2K1. I think 2K2 is what I started with, or 2K1. If I could look at the covers, I could tell you guys. NBA, because Sega is the one that came up with NBA 2K, right? And the Dreamcast was on there. NBA 2K1 Dreamcast. Okay, no, I had NBA 2K. Yeah, I had NBA 2K1. I had the sports bundle. This is what I had. Hold on. This right here. I remember I didn't like playing the baseball game. I played basketball in the NFL one. I remember the red, blue, green backgrounds. But yeah, NBA 2K1. Let me find some gameplay for you guys.
I think Shaq and Kobe should be in.
I mean, honestly, for a game, for like one of the first NBA games, it's not that bad, right? Like, this looks pretty good. Does it not?
Never mind that it gets. But hey. Can't miss a bus.
101 Dalmatians game Dreamcast. Oh, was it called 102? Was it this? I think this was it. Yes. Oh my god. Hold on. The music and SFX is bringing me back. Oh my god. I would spend so much time in the free world here just rocking around.
Where'd that mongrel get to?
Where'd that mongrel get to? Yo, this is tripping me out.
There's the mutt.
Oh my god, I'm feeling like a wave of nostalgia. I remember this so well.
But why? From the heights of Big Ben's belt.
Imagine they had voice acting in games this long ago, and now we just don't have them for some reason. And then, okay, what else did I play? I played Virtua Tennis Dreamcast. This was the best tennis game ever. Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
30 all.
I played the crap out of this game too. I loved Virtua Tennis. And then Crazy Taxi. Also on the Dreamcast, but then I played the remake on Xbox as well.
Every time you pick up a passenger, you're going to get an allotment of time to deliver them to the next destination.
Yes.
If you do it particularly
Okay,
fast,
there was this
you'll get a
Crazy
bonus of 7
Taxi
seconds per timer, which is always nice.
logs. There's like this part of the game where you had to jump over logs. I wonder if there's video of that. I remember being stuck on that part, and I remember trying to get my mom and dad to help me. Because this is one game that they thought was cool too, and they would like sit there and play with me. This is how you know I'm old, though.
Watch it, honey. You better be more careful.
GTA, this is like,
Dude, go that way.
this came out around the time GTA existed as well, but it's a different game series. Different developers.
All right. Didn't expect to get here so fast.
I'm too good.
Yeah, these games don't look bad for 20 years old.
Nearly killed me. Go up the hill.
Okay, here we go.
Yay.
Yeah. This is what I played when I was young, like a young lad.
No one compares to me. Later.
So fast.
We got games today that look worse than this.
Good job. Take me down the hill.
Okay.
Yes, I know, yeah.
Hang on.
Yay.
Super Mario Sunshine's 20 years old. I never had a GameCube, so I didn't really play those games. To be honest, I didn't even know as a kid GameCube existed until I saw it at a McDonald's, I think. I think they had it at a McDonald's. You know, like back in the day, like McDonald's and like hospitals and stuff would have consoles and you could sit there and play them. It's not like that anymore. But that's how it used to be back then. And that's where the first time I think I saw a GameCube. And then maybe one of my friends must have had one. But I never wanted one for some reason. I don't know. What emblem should you use for Sableye? I just use 6 brown and white. The McDonald's GameCube system? You know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, I'm not just tripping. McDonald's GameCube kiosk. Yes, these things. I hate those on TikTok though.
This pad is Nintendo's really kind of the second. See,
This
it is, I
thing.
think, like a little LCD. Okay, blue. There it is. So, all right, it's got Luigi's Mansion in it.
That's cool.
Obviously, you can put whatever game in it you want. It's just a GameCube
Right.
with a fan set up to keep it cool in there, and then this TV.
Nice. That's pretty cool. All right, guys. I'm gonna hop off though. It's pretty late. It's 2 a.m. If you guys are East Coast, stop degenning. Also, head to bed and get some rest. I'll be live again tomorrow. I'll try to go live a little earlier. And then this weekend, there's a LAN in Japan. Basically, like regionals for Japan is gonna be happening, which I'll watch on stream. And then also there's nationals for Japan in VGC, which I'm gonna catch as well. So a lot of content this weekend, a lot of Unite tourneys, a lot of VGC tourneys. I'm gonna try to watch as much of it as I can. But yeah, other than that, I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Take care and have a good night. W stream. Sleep is for the weak. I'm weak, I guess. Goodbye.